Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cajon City Council meeting. The meeting is called to order, and I'd like to ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
All council members are present.
Would you all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing afterwards for a brief moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The city clerk posted orders of adjournment of the January 14th, 2025 meeting and the agenda of the January 28th, 2025 meeting in accordance with state law, council policy, and housing authority policy. Before we continue with the meeting, I'd like to once again invite members of the public to attend the 2025 State of the City Address. The event will be held on Tuesday, February 18th, 2025 at 6 o'clock p.m. at the Ronald Reagan Community Center. That's located at 195 East Douglas Avenue. Join us as we reflect on the accomplishments of the past year and share what's coming in the year ahead. There are no presentations on today's agenda. And now we're at agenda changes. Staff, do you have any agenda changes?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, a couple of changes to the agenda I'd recommend. One is there are two closed session items. We can pull off closed session agenda item number 19 from the agenda. So I'd recommend we do that. Staff also is able, depending on how long public comment goes on agenda number 9, staff would be able to postpone agenda items 10, 11, and 12, but perhaps we see where we're at in the meeting to determine whether that needs to happen. But if council needs to do that, we can do that. The council also may recall we do have a fire workshop at 6 o'clock this evening. We're ready to go. I think the council's ready to go. The challenge is that in order for labor representation to be here, they're having to get people to cover from outside the area. There could be some value. For them, playing it by ear is a difficult thing to do. They kind of need to know now or later, or now, whether we're going to do it or not. Council, I'd recommend we postpone the 6 o'clock workshop. Then we're not bumping up against any time, and we can just get that rescheduled with the City Council if the council's okay with that.
As you say. We need to do Clay's presentation first.
Yeah, but Council, do you want to? I guess I'm looking for some feedback.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're ready. This staff is ready to go. I just don't want to preclude the labor group from participating in the event it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, my feeling is we're ready to go. We're ready to do it. I think that we possibly could get there.
Okay, I'll let them know that then.
But just it has to be a little fluid. It might be half an hour, it might be an hour later than the time we anticipated beginning.
I can let them know that.
One more comment. I'd prefer to conduct the fire workshop over items 10, 11, and 12. So if the council is okay with foregoing those three, tabling them in order to set the priority as the fire workshop, I'd propose that.
Clay, what's your number?
8. Our audit is 8.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know why you're here today. We're going to get to that. I just have a little bit of housekeeping. We have to start with one report that we can't push off, and then we'll get to the meat of what we're here to talk about. Before I do that, though, let me just see. Council members, do you wish to make any agenda changes? Okay. We're now at consent items. Consent items are routine matters enacted by one motion, according to the recommendation listed below. With the concurrence of the City Council, a council member or person in attendance may request discussion of a consent item at this time. Council members, do you wish to pull any of the consent items? Staff?
No, sir.
Okay. Then I'd like to make let me see if we have any speaker cards for that item.
Yes, sir. We have one speaker card for item 4, and it's from allegedly Audra.
Hi. Welcome. Good. You should be on.
So, hello, there we go. With beautification, I think that is nice and all, but I think there's also a lot of other issues that could be dealt with that are taking place all around the county. I mean, I feel, there's about to be a point in time count for the homeless. There's people suffering on the streets. And, when we sit and want to beautify everything and not really focus on things like the lives of people and making sure that they're in a safe place, that they're able to have a shelter over their head, it's almost kind of like a slap in the face to be like, I want this to look pretty, but I don't care that you have a place to live. And I think we need to get our priorities straight, because it's like, when people are suffering like that, I mean, what if it was you guys? What if you were the one on the streets and you're seeing kind of stuff like that take place, and you're wondering why there isn't money being spent on the people that really need it? So I think that, more commissions or boards or councils need to be more mindful of the suffering that goes on. I mean, because you guys get a home to go to. You get to eat every day. You get to be out of the elements, where other people are just kind of hoping to have that, and they'll be put on a list, and sometimes it can take like 10 years in order for them to get a place. So, I mean, again, it's not that you shouldn't want to do that, because of course you want a place to look beautiful, but I think that when you kind of put yourself in somebody else's position and see kind of and understand their suffering, that you would want to do better for them and not, make them wait on a list for such a long period of time, but really ensure that they're going to have a place to lay their head down at night, that they're going to have a meal, a warm meal. Especially when we spend so much on homelessness, the problem should get better, instead it gets worse. And that should be something that we focus on. Like, why is that? It's because it's a business just like everything else. This is a business here that you guys are running. And you tend to do things that will make you look better to the people, instead of really thinking about being one of those people who is suffering and making sure that they also have a home to go to. And, so, anywho, thanks.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
We haven't met Audra. My name's Phil. I'm a councilman here. We speak very frequently about the homeless situation and their experiences. I was homeless in college. My colleague here, Michelle, was homeless as an adolescent. Steve Goebel builds homeless shelters with his own two hands. He uses his own tools. And Gary Kendrick houses homeless people, formerly homeless, in his house, in his rooms. And Bill has been a mental health professional for decades, helping homeless people. So I would put our reputation of understanding homeless people up against anybody in the state. And your comments are true, but I don't know that they're entirely accurate of this board. We really, really try extremely hard to put every single dollar that we have, and it's a small amount that we get relative to what the state and the county get, to make sure that we're getting people into permanent housing. And I think item 4 is from Transnet funds, and so those funds are only restricted to certain projects, and this is just street repairs, potholes and stuff, and that's one of our core functions. We spend as much money as we can on homeless, more than any other city per capita. So I appreciate your sentiments, I really do, and I love what you said. But I haven't met you yet, and so I felt the need to kind of introduce myself and clarify. So thank you for coming.
Thanks, Phil. Anybody else? Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent items. Second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
We're now at public comment. At this time, any person may address a matter within the jurisdiction of the City Council Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency, that is not on the agenda. Comments relating to items on today's agenda are to be taken at the time the item is heard. State law prohibits discussion or action on items not on the agenda. However, City Council Housing Authority members may briefly respond to statements or questions, and an item may be placed on a future agenda. And in regards to, I know most of you are here to speak about the resolution about immigration. If you could wait until we get to that item for that, because that's probably going to be couple hours. But I'm opening this up at this point to public comment for anything else besides that.
Yes, sir. We have 7 cards for public comment. The first one is from Violet Lombera.
Hello, Mayor and City Councilman. As you guys know, I am an El Cajon resident, and I'm curious because I heard on the news say that we're not a sanctuary city, and I want to know why aren't we resolving our homeless issue? I know you say that we're doing everything possible, but I do live here. I live in the city. And as I drove past 2nd Street, I could see a whole encampment off of 2nd and back again through the freeway right here off of Madison and Magnolia. The encampment is back. I know that you guys called Caltrans to come and put gates up, but obviously that didn't help. All the homeless are back out on the freeway. And I don't know if I mentioned this last time that I came to the meeting, that we almost hit a homeless guy running across the freeway. And I want to know, what exactly are you guys doing? Because I'm living this. And this morning at 7:30 in the morning, when I was dropping off my daughter in school, there was a person in their car driving like on fentanyl, and they happened to stop right in the middle of the street. So we weren't able to go forward. So what are you guys doing? Because I still see all the homeless around here.
Mr. Mayor, I can comment on that for the council if you'd like.
That's fine, because I can't go to the app and report it no more. So I want to know what is going to happen now that I can't report the problem.
I'll definitely let you, Graham, but let me say something first. The reason there's so many homeless people in El Cajon is because there's so many people in California. 180,000 homeless people in California versus other states like Texas with 25,000 and New York with 25,000. The reason that happens is because the liberal government of California has made it very easy to be homeless and has really worked to accentuate the homeless lifestyle by getting rid of criminal charges for most crimes and by focusing on housing first instead of the real problem for homelessness, which is drug and alcohol addiction. So the reason that we have so many homeless people on the street is not because of the city of El Cajon or any of the other cities. It's because the state of California has made it this way. And if you want it to change, then vote the people out of Sacramento who did this to us.
With all due respect, we're a city and we have funds for that. Obviously, I went to all the meetings that you guys set forward. I want to know what is going on here, not in the whole city of California.
But
what is going on in El Cajon? Why are we still seeing all this population?
Okay. We got a long meeting, so
I understand that, but this is important to me as well.
It is. It's very important. I don't want to have a workshop on this right now. We can give you all the.
This is public. This is my platform to speak.
Well, I told you the reason, and we spend more money on homelessness per capita than any other city in this region. But Graham, did you want to speak?
What exactly is being done, and why can't I go on the app to report this again? It hasn't been fixed since the last meeting.
Would you be respectful and let Graham please speak?
I was just going to remind the City Council that we have scheduled at our next council meeting our semi-annual update. So we provide an update to the City Council and the public every 6 months. It'll be on next agenda. I'd also encourage residents to go to our city's website. We actually have a dashboard that shows all the programs that we're working, how our money's being spent. We're very transparent about how those programs are functioning right now.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Richardson.
Hello, Mr. Richardson. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I had witnessed back in the 80s a firebombing of the Baghdad Club. I was so moved by the fact that our friends, the Chaldeans, who were refugees from the great horror of the Iraq War, and I was motivated to speak, and I haven't spoke on this subject since then. But I went to talk to Father Michael Bassi at St. Michael's, and he said I was the first person who is a citizen of the United States, who came forward to say something of charity and welcome. I would ask you, why do we not have Chaldeans on this city council? Why have we ignored the Christian charity that the Chaldean community has brought to us? And I would encourage you for an outreach to that community. I know why I've talked to many friends in the Chaldean community, and they say, we are business people. We were lawyers. We were doctors. We were terrorized by the regime of Saddam Hussein, who used to be funded by the United States, by the way. And it is imperative that we look at a wider range of humanitarian charity. Thank you.
Sir, I just want to point out to you, sir, I just want to tell you something. We've had two Chaldean council members in the past 10 years.
Next speaker is Joel Pennison.
We've not only had two Chaldean council members, but we just issued a grant to the Chaldean Community Council to run our business incubator, as well as purchasing a building for them to operate out of for social services.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Joel Pennison. It's my first time here, so I apologize, but I just wanted to come down here. I wasn't sure everything that was taking place today, but as growing up in El Cajon, I've seen the city impact my life and the programs that the city has. I was homeless at a very young age. I slept at Wells Park, but the boys club actually probably saved my life. But and I play a lot of sports. So as a new business owner in El Cajon, I just came down here just to say, hey, I'm Joel Pennison, and I'm here to stand behind, the city council, mayor, and just tell you guys, hey, I want to be able to be part of what's taking place in El Cajon, back you guys up, and help out however I can. But by the grace of God, I'm standing here. There's such things as miracles. I'm a miracle, and I grew up in these streets, and I want to impact any way I can with my business or my family. I have 5 beautiful kids that are married and are in industries as far as working in businesses and stuff. Heavily involved in my church, but I see the city of El Cajon, and I want to impact any way I can to help out with my city, and I want to be a bright light in the middle of it because there's so much things going on. There's a verse that I love in the Bible that says that one can put 1,000 to flight, but what happens if we all come together and we start working together? You know what I'm saying? I think that you guys are trying to do the best you guys can, and I think that we have to look at the best we have right now and say, hey, let's get behind our city council, let's get behind our mayor, let's get behind the local businesses and say, hey, let's take back, and take back El Cajon the way it should be. So I just wanted to come, introduce myself, and tell you guys that I'm here to support you guys as a business and as a family man. So thank you.
It's very nice of you to come. And your story, it's very nice of you to come, and your story is inspirational. I thank you.
Yeah, I just want to let you know there's miracles. I'm a miracle. My wife's here with me. We've been together for 30 plus years, and that's going through the city and the programs in El Cajon. And there's so much good things going on out there that we have to look at the good too. So,
fantastic. Thank you.
We have 4 more speakers. Next is Truth.
Hello, Truth.
Hey there, everybody. It's been a while. Let's see. What Phil was saying is nobody does more for the homeless in the city of El Cajon because services are here. Where if I walk down the street, every single person says hello. Doesn't matter if they're homeless, a recent legal immigrant, or a longtime resident. Most people are pretty friendly. A random guy on the way here said, your jacket is bleeping tight. And then he got an art show. I heard, by the way, that the city of Santee wants to know when the street near Gillespie and the trolley that's undergoing utility work is going to be fixed soon. They don't want to have to compare it to the city of San Diego, just an FYI. And I learned recently that the mayor receives a $3,380 a month compensation for his volunteer job, which I find a little on the high side compared to most other cities. But more concerning is a $10,000 campaign limit for the mayor. That is unacceptably high and can lead to some serious outside influences. So I'd like the city to take a look at putting a realistic cap on that number in the future. And I did watch the El Cajon Police Department's great documentary on their homeless encounters. It showed us nothing we didn't already know, that most on the street want to be on the street. There are also pro-theft policies, including the new Prop 36, along with unchecked welfare programs and pro-substance abuse policies like harm reintroduction that are enabling the homeless problem. What was not really addressed was those who are not on the street but are still homeless in their cars. However, the inanimate objects of shelters or housing doesn't fix broken people. If there's no family, there's no stability. People have to be reached young or reached before their lives are severely altered by drugs or the streets. And last meeting, Gary, you said our country's based on civil rights. No, it's not. It's based on creator-endowed rights. Read the Declaration of Independence, quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. When a long train of abuses and usurpations reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, their duty, to throw off such government. Of an absolute tyranny over these states, to prove this, let facts be submitted. Invasions on the rights of the people, obstructed administrations of justice, new offices and officers to harass our people, the military independent of and superior to the civil power, a jurisdiction foreign to our Constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, imposing taxes on us without our consent, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petitioned for redress, answered only by repeated injury. We therefore declare that these united colonies are free and independent states," end quote. And so for anyone that actually was really thinking about that, what you realize is not much has actually changed from 1776 or before. We've kind of are going backwards now. And I do want to say this based on what I heard behind me, is that I mentioned the $10,000 campaign limit, not because the current mayor, Bill Wells, has done anything wrong. It's just closing a loophole on spending. Because when you have a big number, which most cities don't have a 10,000 campaign limit, you can get potentials for problems, and we just want to avoid it. El Cajon's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allegedly, Audra.
Hello again. So it's interesting what you have to say about the homelessness, but I'm pretty sure this woman behind me was proving what I was saying was true. I'm wondering how many of you know what's going on at 9780 Dunbar Lane here in El Cajon.
You have to enlighten me.
You don't. How many of you know of Southwest Key Programs?
That's the detention center for children.
It's not a detention center, it's a trafficking center.
Yeah.
And they
No,
are
I'm aware
under
of it.
investigation by
Yeah.
the DOJ, and you guys are allowing it to continue. The children are being abused in these locations. They are being trafficked. They're even being raped, murdered, organ harvested. They're becoming labor slaves. And these entities are hiring pedophiles to work for them. That is, it's in the city.
We don't have, this has been brought to our attention about 3 years ago, I think, and I believe our staff did everything we could within our jurisdiction. It's a federal issue.
No, it isn't. It's something that you guys can, you have trafficking task force. So it's sad to see that this can take place.
You know,
Nobody cares. That's the problem is that, and you guys like to talk back and forth. It's interesting because you do waste people's time by doing that. Unless you're going to stop the time and then have the conversation. But this is a problem. This is happening. Our own government is trafficking these children. And this is a business. It is, Bill. I mean, you talk about certain things, but you don't talk about everything regarding the invasion on our border. and why these children are coming here. Children don't just cross the border at like 2 years old with a tag across their shirt with addresses, phone numbers, and names on it. They don't just leave their country because they're leaving their government. They're being trafficked.
I agree with you.
Right. And so why are we doing nothing about, why is it so silent? It's like you even know that the DOJ is investigating them, and you're saying, like, my hands are tied. How can they be tied? Like, does the police not have a trafficking task force? Why wouldn't they go and look into these places? You guys have children, so it's like, I mean, does it have to be your child in order for you to care and want to do something about it, instead of always saying, it's out of my hands?
Just see, I'm happy to respond, but
Can you stop my time then?
I'm waiting for you to finish.
See, that's the thing. I mean, it's like you want to rebut it, but it's still going on. It's still going to take place, and these children are still being abused. And unless you've been a child that's been abused, you wouldn't know what that's like. I know what that's like. And I know what it's like to want somebody to save you and not just go, it's out of my hands.
Well, let me see. Graham, you want to talk about this?
Certainly. Dunbar Lane actually is not in the city of El Cajon. It may have an El Cajon address, but it's actually closer to Alpine. It's past Blossom Valley, so it is completely out of our jurisdiction.
Then why did you look into it? Why did you look into it if it's out of your jurisdiction? Why were you saying 3 years ago?
Because I care.
But if it's out of your, then why, like, that makes, so can't you call somebody else to say, hey, you need to look into that? It's under our zip code?
Council's reminder, there is a Southwest Strategies, Southwest Keys facility on Broadway. Council directed staff to
What address is that?
To look into it. We did that. We met with federal government on that, and we limited our jurisdiction.
Actually,
we don't have a zoning regulation on that, so.
See, you still allow it to happen. So there is another one, and there's also one in Lemon Grove.
Well,
so when are the children going to matter enough
if you have
to quit playing games?
But if you have a legal way for us to address it, I would love it. Well, I don't have a legal way.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the police have taken an oath under 18 U.S.C. 245. They have a duty and an obligation, if they have a badge, to go and take care of this kind of stuff. So I'm tired of people sitting there and acting like it's out of their hands when you could do something about it, and you know it.
I appreciate you coming.
Next speaker is...
Hold on. I want to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an evening, I think, where we're going to talk about a lot of different issues. But we can't have a workshop on every issue that there is to be rehab. We've got an agenda tonight, so let's stick to the agenda. And we have a council meeting every 2 weeks. You're happy to come every 2 weeks, but we need to stick to the agenda tonight. So.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Brenda Hammond.
Hi, Brenda.
I love following this. Hi. Hi, Graham. Most of the people that are speaking about the homeless, I've been homeless for 15 years in my car. And it's not because I want to be. It's because I don't want to give in to the BS. What I'm asking is that in every city, when you do the homeless count on Thursday, which I've never been counted ever. Oh, wait, I was one time last year, I guess I was. Make sure you're vetting the programs that you're going to get, that you're going to take up with that money that you're going to get from the government. Because it's true. I've seen some bad stuff happen, and you know I've talked about it before here. So yes, the speaker before me, yes, there's things happening that need to be looked into. So just make sure you're vetting people. And the other thing I noticed, at least in some other cities, is that all of a sudden we have all these new homeless people, and then they're gone after the count. So are they getting planted there so that that city, whatever city it is getting an extra count for money, and then they can spend it on whatever they want to? Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
Last speaker is Consuelo. Or Consuela. I think she's coming in from outside.
Hello, welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me. Welcome. I love El Cajon. I love Alibaba's. I love my county. So I just came from the county meeting and paying attention to what our county continues to do against we, the people, especially the ones not paying attention, who don't get to. They continue treating the system, the symptoms of the system, because they will never get to the root of the problem. Why? There aren't countless reasons. There's only one reason. And that reason is big government and their junk system that we, the tax cattle indentured servants, continue paying for. Big government has a history of being reckless, sloppy, abusive, and beyond corrupt. Big government continues dropping the ball to the people outside, listening, hopefully. Reminder, society is collapsing, and the people are starting to recognize that the reason they feel like they're mentally ill is that they're living in a system that's not designed to suit the human spirit. The system was never designed for you to win. When will people get that? I get it. Most people are not ready to be unplugged. So many hopelessly dependent on the system that they will fight to protect it. Stockholm Syndrome. To the indoctrinated ones, the ones who see nothing wrong with the system, it's really time to take off the blinders. Are you expecting someone from the system to hold the system accountable for doing exactly what the system was designed to do? Are you sitting back, trusting the plan, and waiting for someone to subvert the entire system and save us all? The system was designed this way, and no one is coming to save us. We must act. We must save ourselves. We have to protect each other. We must step away from their backwards system designed to keep us all down and divided. Totally divided, man. Divide and conquer. It's working. It really is time to create a new system. Have I said system enough times? So, again, reminder, the system was never broken. It was built this way.
Thank you.
That is the end of the public comment, sir.
All right. There are no written communications and no public hearings on today's agenda. We have 5 administrative reports on today's agenda, which we are going to limit to this last item, item 8, which is the annual comprehensive financial report. And I'll ask staff to introduce this item.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Clay Shane. I'm the Director of Finance for the City of El Cajon. Very pleased today to be here to present our annual comprehensive financial report. Today's presentation will include a brief introduction of the ACFR and its parts, and at the end we will ask the City Council to receive and accept the ACFR. This document is available in its entirety on the city's website, elcajon.gov. The ACFR is prepared in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles, as well as adhering to the pronouncements of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. This highly prescribed document focuses on comparability between state and local governments and contains 3 sections: the introductory section, the financial section, and the statistical section. The shortest section of the three is the introductory section. This includes the letter of transmittal, as well as a brief description of the city's organizational structure. The meat and potatoes of the report is the financial section. This section includes the independent auditor's report. This year, I'm pleased to report that the audit opinion is an unmodified opinion or a clean audit opinion. This section also includes management's discussion and analysis, the city's basic financial statements, notes to the basic financial statements, as well as required supplementary information. The last of the three sections is the statistical section. Generally, this contains 10 years of history to demonstrate the city's financial trends, revenue capacity, debt capacity, demographic and economic information, as well as various operating information and statistics. After we have answered any questions the City Council has, staff recommends that the City Council receives and accepts the ACFR, as well as the other written communications from our independent auditing firm, Rogers, Anderson, Melody, and Scott, for fiscal year 24. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Clay. I appreciate it. See if there's any of the public want to speak on this.
No speaker card, sir.
Okay. Council, any questions, any concerns, discussion? Somebody like to make a motion?
Move to receive the report.
A second? Okay, moved and second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Okay, we are going to dispense with the other items and go right to number 9. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate that. Just a couple ground rules. Because we have so many speakers, we're going to make the speaker time 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, I appreciate it if you would end, and we can move on to the next speaker, and we will go from there. Next item is a legislative report. City Manager Graham Mitchell will tell us about this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This agenda item introduces a resolution for City Council consideration. That really results because of the conflicts between state government and federal government's conflicting immigration laws and policies. As a reminder, the City Council initially brought this forward for some discussion, and staff was directed to do two things. One is to write a letter to Attorney General Bonta, which was completed mid-December, and he has since responded. In fact, the City Council has in the agenda packet the Attorney General Office's response that was sent on January 19th. The City Council also directed staff to develop and generate a resolution for your consideration that was presented on January 14th. The City Council, in a 4-1 vote, gave direction to staff to redraft that, which we have done as part of this agenda item. One of our goals is, as we were redrafting it, we listened back to the City Council meeting, we listened to comments made by the public, we listened to comments made by the City Council, and I think we've captured a lot, or we've done our best to capture a lot of the sentiments that were shared. I thought I could, as part of the agenda item, go through the revised resolution. One of the things that we did is we changed the title. It's specifically looking for 3 things. One is seeking additional clarification from both the state and the federal government officials on the inconsistencies in their respective immigration policies. It also declares the city's intent to ensure the public safety of all residents. And then lastly, it asserts the city's intent to comply with federal immigration law under SB 54.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd get a lot more done if we could just be civil.
Staff went on to, as most resolutions have, there are some whereas statements, which are declarative statements that sort of establish the foundation for the purpose of the resolution. I won't go through every single one, but I would like to highlight the different whereas statements that were added to this resolution for your consideration. The first says, whereas El Cajon is a home to vibrant and diverse immigrant communities who have enriched our city with their unique cultural traditions, entrepreneurial spirit, and valuable contributions to the social and economic fabric of our community. Staff also added the whereas statement, the City Council affirms statements from Senate Bill 54 that, quote, immigrants are valuable and essential members of the California community, end quote, and, quote, a relationship of trust between California's immigrant community and state and local agencies is central to the public safety of the people of California. The majority of the other whereases stayed the same, but staff did add two additional whereases or heavily modified two whereases. The first one says, whereas the City Council expresses concern that SB 54 limits the ability of local law enforcement to cooperate with federal authorities in the enforcement of immigration laws, which in some cases weakens law enforcement's ability to protect communities from dangerous individuals that prey on the vulnerable and are engaged in these violent criminal activities. It then goes on to say, whereas on January 19th, the city received a letter from the California Office of the Attorney General citing U.S. versus California, asserting that SB 54 was a proper exercise of the state's power under the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution. However, the letter did not fully address the questions posed in the city's December 16th letter to the Attorney General. So those are sort of the whereas statements. Then come the meat, what the city is actually looking for, or what we're proposing that the city may look for. We've revised two of those statements. The first is a declaration of intent that's revised from the first resolution that you saw earlier this month. The revised version says, the City of El Cajon declares its intent to comply with the enforcement of federal immigration law to the legal extent permissible under SB 54, the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution, and other applicable laws for the sole purpose of removing those that have committed violent criminal offenses as defined by California Penal Code Section 1192, and that's the section that's referred to specifically in SB 54. So we're aligning with SB 54 from our community. Further, the City of El Cajon will not impede federal enforcement officials or block their efforts as has been suggested by other California jurisdictions known as sanctuary cities. The other modified, now therefore statement is the city will continue to comply with federal and state law, which we have to this point, recognizing there are conflicts between federal and state laws. And then the others have to do with continuing to establish trust within the community, continue to look for guidance from both the Attorney General's office and federal law enforcement officials, and then finally, if a resolution is adopted, that we would distribute it to the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office and any other federal offices. So with that, staff's able to answer any specific questions you have about the resolution and the intent behind some of the language that is included, or the legality of SB 54, or the practical application of working with federal government. So with that, staff's here to answer questions.
Thanks, Graham. I appreciate it. Council, questions for Graham? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and get started with the speaker cards.
Thank you, sir. I did change the timer to 2 minutes.
Thank you.
We have 81 speakers as of right now. I will be calling or reading the 3 first names, and then after that I'll be calling people in threes, just to allow time for them to come from outside in case they're outside.
Yeah, and just so we don't have any clarification, we're not going to allow people to cede their time to others so that they can have more time. Everybody gets 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And in addition to the speakers we have present, I did receive 11 emails which I have forwarded to you. 7 were opposing the proposed resolution, and 2 were in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The first 3 speakers will be Ilka Weston, Dr. Joanna Rose Benavides, and David Matranga. The first one will be Ilka Weston.
I am not on the speakers list, but I'd like to ask if the revised wording has been offered up for the public. Is it publicly available for the city of El Cajon?
Yeah, it is, but we have so many speakers. If you just put your name on the list, I'd appreciate it. Hello, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Ilka Weston. I'm part of North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I'm an active member with a volunteer with MOGO. I'm also part of Saving Lives in Custody campaign, and I'm on the board for the Peace Resource Center and much more. Mayor Wells, you obviously do not know the history of El Cajon. I was born and raised here. If you were born and raised here, you should remember parents of people like you and I telling us not to go in El Cajon. El Cajon was known as a meth capital and remained as such until our amazing Mexicana brothers and sisters started opening businesses. Then we had our wonderful Middle Eastern people start opening businesses as well. That allowed El Cajon to be a safe place to come to. Trump is not our governor. And the fact that you would insult Governor Gavin Newsom, claiming this is a sanctuary city, when the only people that built it up were immigrants, just like the rest of the U.S. You're on borrowed land, sir. I would look back and find out where you originally came from and get the hell back there. And any of you as city council members, if you're city council members and you're representing these people and all the other people, then you should know this is an attack, a prejudicial, racist attack on our Mexicana heritage. And if you vote anyway, and that is anyway, other than not voting what Mayor Wells thinks is the right thing, sir, this is your last post. We're here because we know what's right. And you need a conscience, sir. Shame on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I'm happy to stay here all night and listen to people speak, but if you're going to yell and scream, I'll clear the chamber. Stop it.
Dr. Joanna Rose Benavides.
Can I talk now?
Yes, please speak.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Joanna Rose Benavides. I stand before you as a voice for the voiceless. As a retired USAF veteran business owner, a corporation in San Diego, licensed healthcare provider, and a daughter of a Mexican immigrant, I oppose ICE working with local law enforcement because I know firsthand how power can be abused. At age 8, I witnessed a police officer threaten my father's life due to his brown skin. Why must American citizens prove our right to exist here? I had to tell my U.S. Army veteran and Mexican mestizo Native American Indian father to carry around his birth certificate because of potential deportation due to misguided profiling. I had to tell my mother to carry her naturalization papers. Why do I have to carry around my own birth certificate? I was born here. I served in the military here. By involving local police in ICE activities, you're shattering the trust between community and law enforcement. We're already scared to call the cops. Now we're definitely not going to. Fear is a powerful tool, but it comes at a price. It erodes the community's foundation. It will turn neighbor against neighbor. And is this the legacy you want to leave? Look into the eyes of your constituents. We're not asking for special treatment. We're just asking to be treated with dignity like every human being deserves. And true leadership isn't about following the whims of the powerful, the wealthy, or the loud. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult. Today, I wear this victory pin worn in the 1940s to signify victory over the Nazi regime. My grandfather was a World War II POW. Depending on today's outcome, I'll either keep this pin on or take it off. Because if you allow this to happen in this city, that victory over fascism was never truly achieved. I remind you, a history lesson. When World War II was happening, they used local law enforcement to round up Jewish people.
Thank you, man.
After Mr. David Matranga will be Carlos Gomez Perez, Melissa Ortiz Baldwin, and Maria Chavez.
Mr.
Council, I love living in California, but often I'm really embarrassed about our state. For all my life, our state has pushed an ideology that claims to have the moral high ground. The majority in Sacramento, they claim, they tout to be the compassionate ones. But over and over again, the policies coming out of Sacramento cause pain and sorrow. The very policies that claim to build up healthy families or strong communities, they divide and they hurt. And this is clearly seen in Sacramento's approach to immigration. We've told it's compassionate to open up our borders, to make it easier for any and all to come, and to ignore basic laws, but these are laws that our society depends on for safety and order. And it's hurt not only the American people, but it really hurts those who do want to come here legally to establish the American dream. What we've seen is millions of unvetted people coming into our country, and the result of that is demonstrated in what happened to Lake and Riley. We've seen these policies empower cartels who get rich off of those who they victimize. We've seen drug dealers get empowered, gaining easier access to bring fentanyl into our country, and we've seen corrupt NGOs who are also empowered, and they're getting millions and millions of dollars while providing care that only empowers sex traffickers. Unfortunately, those who are seeking the American dream are often used as pawns in this. I've seen the local motels overrun with people who can't find work, even though that's what they thought they were promised by our former administration. I've been to the border wall and seen families huddled together in the cold. I've seen and videos of the vans going off with kids, and I don't know where they're going. I want to encourage you. I'm proud to live in East County. I'm proud of this place because we do things differently, and I want to encourage you to work with our new administration and continue the real compassion that we see
Mr.
here.
Matranga, you're finished.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Carlos Gomez.
Well, sir, welcome.
How you doing? Good afternoon to everybody else. We got 2 minutes to say a few things, a few words. I got to El Cajon in 1992 after running across the border, jumping the fence, dodging vehicles, and to ensure I can get hit. That made me, I was 9. Now I stand in front of you as a 42-year-old man who's a Fallujah veteran with a Silver Star recipient, which is the third highest Medal of Valor that anyone in the service can receive. That puts me as an immigrant, but has done more for this country and sacrificed more for this country and bled for this country than most individuals in this room. You smirk, you laugh. You want to say we take your jobs? Yes, I did take a job that some of you guys weren't willing to take, or even your sons weren't willing to take. I have fought terrorists. I fought insurgents. I've been shot twice. I never considered I had to come back home, I had to fight you guys to ensure that we were being protected. I know what it feels like to be in handcuffs behind the migra because I was undocumented at that time. So the whole fact about having ICE work in police department is not just for kids. You say you want to deport criminals, cool, that's fine. But how many criminals are in favorite classrooms? Not many. So I'm asking you to look at the human side of things. There's other ways to do this. That's all I'm asking. And you want to question what I just said? You can. but I can guarantee you that I've done more for this country than most of you guys have.
I appreciate it, too. Thank you.
Melissa Ortiz Baldwin.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Ortiz Baldwin. I'm a mother of 2 foreign-born children. And I'm going to make my comments quick here because there are other voices here behind me that should be amplified. I could certainly discuss the potential costs to the city of El Cajon resulting from discrimination lawsuits that may arise from this resolution. I could also raise concerns about whether the citizens of El Cajon truly want their law enforcement to prioritize profiling, given the significant risks and financial implication it proposes to the city's budget, not to mention the impact on the growing backlog of unsolved crimes against individuals and property, all in the service of Mayor Wells' political aspirations. However, as a follower of Christ, I believe the Bible speaks to this matter more effectively than I ever could, and should matter to all those, especially on the city council right now, who claim to be Christ followers. Exodus 23:9, do not oppress the foreigner. Leviticus 19:33 and 34, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself. Romans 12:13, extend hospitality to strangers. Matthew 25:35 and 40. I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Truly, I say to you, whatever you did for the least of these, you did to me. Finally, as a reminder, Christ himself was forced to flee Israel as a child with his parents to escape violence. We can be thankful that they were not required to wait for visa or asylum applications to be processed before they could leave the dangers they faced in their home country and find safety in Egypt.
Thank you.
After Maria Chavez, we will have Rano Abar, Emily Wright, and Eva Pacheco. Maria Chavez.
Let's go to the next one.
The next person is Rano Abar.
We're going to move on. If they come back in, we'll get them back in line.
Emily Wright.
Hello, everybody. I had a whole speech drafted up, but I feel like it'll fall on deaf ears. And all I wanted to say is that whoever votes yes on this is a political suicide to your careers. We will remember each of your names. This is California. We're a blue state. We always vote blue. And Mayor Bill Wells, don't follow him in your political aspirations because this is the end of his career. Your congressional campaign didn't go so well this year. I also wanted to add that I have grown up all throughout California. I have lived in the Central Valley. I have lived all throughout bases in Camp Pendleton and also in Joshua Tree, 29 Palms. All throughout that area, immigrants serve. Immigrants work. They are not given handouts. How are people given handouts if they don't even have a social? Please think about that. And I lastly wanted to end that immigrants make America great. Look into your genealogy. Where did your family ancestry start? It wasn't here in America. So think about this. If you want to make our country great, you are making it into a Nazi regime. This isn't 1940s anymore. Wake up.
After Eva Pacheco, we have Jesus, Felipe Razo, and Violet Lombard.
Good afternoon, council members. I just want to start by quoting what Mayor Bill will say about what he will do, and I want to mention that. He say in his social media, I want to make clear that El Cajon is not a sanctuary city. And we will do wherever we can to work with the federal government to help ease this immigration problem. And he say we. That means all of you. And all of you are supporting his political career. That's what he's looking for with this. When he say we, that means you and you and you and you and everyone are supporting his politics. I remember last meeting, Mr. Kendrick, you mentioned the experience your mother had by wearing the yellow star in the Hitler regime. Right now, I feel like that. I need to carry my passport card to prove that I am a citizen, American citizen. Why? Just because Mayor Wells wants to have or feel his political aspiration? That's not right, Mayor Wells. You represent everyone, and all the council members represent all of us. I remember also when they say that they will send back the resolution to rewrite, it's the same. I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell. The resolution is the same and will harm the same. Please do not go with Mr. Mayor resolution. This is about our city. This is about the safety. And you mentioned that you want the safety of the city. Let's work together. Let's work together because I've been resident of El Cajon for over 35 years. And I love the city.
I appreciate it.
But the city
we've got to stick to the 2 minutes.
We want to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, with your permission, when I call the names, if they could stand in the aisle, kind of be ready for their turn, that would help.
Yeah, that would be helpful, everybody. If when your name is called, if you could stand in a queue.
Yes. Jesus Felipe Razo and Violet Lombard.
Hi, everyone. I would like to say thank you to Councilwoman Michelle, Council Ortiz, Council Goebel, and Council Kendrick for meet or talk to us. Last City Council meeting, you take a good decision to put back the resolution. And I think you made that right decision. Now, yes, erase that resolution. We don't need that resolution. Absolutely not. And let me give you an example. For the last 8 or 9 years, we put together the Middle East community and almost all empty background. We put together a beautiful festival at AGE Academies. And at that festival, the police, they had a table, as well as the sheriff, county sheriffs. They had a table. And one of the things that kids like to do is to go and talk to the police and representatives and the sheriff representatives and get a sticker or something, you know. We don't want that to go away. We want to keep the relationship. If you go with the resolution, you know, people are going to be scared to talk to the police, the local police. That is not good politics, you know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for coming.
Felipe Razo.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you. And I'm here. I'm a retired professor at California State University. I've been retired from engineering industry also, and I would say, I consider myself very successful in this community. Even though I'm not a resident of El Cajon, I live in Santee. I really appreciate the opportunities that I've had in this country. It hurts me to see the polarization right now that I'm observing here in this meeting. You know, people that are trying to defend hard-working communities. It's not been easy, and only you people and your ancestors know how difficult it has been. But also, we're looking at the news waves of people coming in with hopes and ideas, with all these wishes to become better, finding a better life, and then they stumble, and then we become victims. I'm saying we because I belong to the community. I'm a resident of the East County. I've been living here for 40 years. My family is a successful family too, and I'm proud, and I thank the country for this. But I also want you to understand the people that before you asking for a little bit more consideration. It is difficult. It's very difficult. I hope that this all comes out to a peaceful resolution and smart moves are done instead. Mayor, your statements don't seem to be translating to peaceful actions out there. There's fear. There's a lot of insecurity. People are not feeling very comfortable now. And
thank you, sir.
There's ways of working at things that are not simple. We like simple. I'm an engineer, and I like simple.
Sir, I don't want to cut you off, but we got to stay at 2 minutes.
Okay, let me just take 5 seconds here.
Sure.
And I call everyone for a little bit of consideration to the others, and for yourself to consider this, because these people are going to become your voting population pretty soon. So let's work together.
After Violet Lombard, we have Maria Chavez, Nicole Baca, and David Richardson. If you could please make your way down.
My time started. I haven't even started. Can you guys restart my time, please? Thank you.
You're the whole 2 minutes.
Mayor Wells, on your national interview, you stated that all you ask for is if illegals are involved in a heinous crime, that the police department should be able to contact ICE. I agree with that. But this is not what this proposal is. And I am here to speak up for the community that are not criminals and are being targeted, especially now with the new administration. Sir, Mayor Wells, we are not Arizona, we are not Chicago, we are not New York, and we are not Boston. We do not have a problem with MS-13 or Tren de la Argue. Mayor and city councils, look around you. We are El Cajon. El Cajon has 100,000 people. Over 50,000 of them are Chaldeans. Over 30,000 of them are Hispanics, making the white men and white women the minority. El Cajon is a diverse community of refugees, migrants, citizens, documented and undocumented. We are the people who make El Cajon thrive economically and who also put payroll in your pockets. This morning, Ron Banta made it clear that it is against the law and illegal for a local agency to collaborate with the federal agency. especially law enforcement who knows better. But why is it that we are the only city in San Diego who is confused about the law? Our police department is understaffed. Our communities are underserved. We have burglaries, thefts, drug problems, and the biggest one at the moment is fentanyl and homelessness and mental health problems that require the attention of our police force. Our police...
Ma'am, your time is up. If you could wrap it up, I appreciate it.
I just challenge you when you walked out this door to please see who you represent and who you serve. You took an oath to serve and protect our community. Do not burn it down.
Maria Chavez.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Chavez, and I am the Immigration Legal Director for the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans, or PANA. Today, we strongly oppose Agenda Item 9. At PANA, we are proud to work with members and citizens of El Cajon City, a vibrant home to diverse immigrant and refugee communities, including our newest newcomers, Afghan parolees and Syrian refugees. We've also worked with this council in the past to ensure that these newest members of our community were engaged and visible during redistricting in 2017, highlighting their cultural contributions in entrepreneurial endeavors and civic engagement. Policies that prioritize detention and expedited removal jeopardize community trust and the economic stability of our city by targeting our families. And as an immigration attorney, I see this firsthand every single day. I represent El Cajon community members, residents, citizens, refugees, asylum seekers. I am the one who fights for them every single day. You all need to also be fighting for the people who live in your communities. Period. As my t-shirt says, tyranny has a witness, and that is everybody in this room watching you guys. Thank you.
Next, we have Rano Abar, Nicole Baca, and David Richardson.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Rahmo Abdi, Director of Organizing and Campaign with PANA, the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans. Thank you. At PANA, we're proud to be working in El Cajon City, a vibrant home to diverse immigrant and refugee communities, including our newest newcomers, Afghan parolees and Syrian refugees. We have also worked with these city councils to ensure our newest member of our community were engaged and visible during the redistricting in 2017, highlighting their culture, contribution, entrepreneurial, and civic engagement. As a city with history of welcoming immigrant and refugees, this is a moment for El Cajon leadership to stand with the communities to clear example of moral ethic leadership. Policy that prioritize and detention and expedite removal jeopardize community trust and the economic stability of our city by targeting our families. Afghan humanitarian parolees were evacuated due to the collapse of Afghanistan, were promised safety and protection in U.S. Many of them supported our troops' mission abroad, risking their lives. Adopting this resolution, the state law harms vulnerable residents and damage community trust. Instead, we can call on you to support our local community, investing in resources that support refugee and immigrant inclusion, and including legal aid and community resources. This is not just a legal or policy matter. It's about protecting value that makes El Cajon beautiful and diverse and thriving community it is. We must prioritize fairness, justice, and safety of all residents over action that show fear and division. Thank you.
Nicole Baca? Or
Excuse me, sir. All right.
it will be Mr. Richardson and then Nicole.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
We fled violence. We fled famine. We fled disgrace and discrimination in our homelands, Germany, England, Irish, Mexico, Salvador, Guatemala. I've taught during the 80s at Southwestern College. I was witness to the history of what the violence that forced people to come to the sanctuary of Los Angeles and San Diego. Salvadoreños, Guatemaltecos, people from Nicaragua, they came because there was an open door. We became a sanctuary for those people, and they integrated into our communities. They love America. And let's continue here in El Cajon and in East County a tradition of sanctuary, love, and understanding. I know many of you who belong to the great Christian churches here in the El Cajon, East County. It's charity, it's love, it's the Beatitudes, revisit them, read the Sermon on the Mount again and again and again. Remember, we're all immigrants, and we need to be compassionate. I recommend that you wait. America's in chaos right now. I'll be brief 1 second. Is in chaos with the new thinking about what government is, the role of government. Wait until the lawsuits have matured. Don't rush into something that's going to cause more pain, more suffering, and more anxiety. It's already here. And I witness it also in the Asian community every day. Thank you. Be compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Ms. Baca, we have Carol Lewis.
Can you hold on 1 second? After this, we need to take a quick break for 3 minutes, and then we'll come back and we can call everybody.
Thank you.
Come on up, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Baca. I'm a registered nurse, and I hold a degree in sociology. I'm a lifelong resident of El Cajon and also a proud granddaughter of an immigrant. At the meeting 2 weeks ago, one of you shared a story about your mother growing up in Czechoslovakia in the 30s. How when her neighbors disappeared, people learned to just not ask questions. People look back and wonder how that could happen. Well, I can tell you how by looking at what's happening today. First, 2 weeks ago, we saw Elon Musk on a presidential stage give a Nazi salute, not once, but twice. Second, last week, our president revoked protections that previously barred ICE from entering sensitive areas like churches, schools, and hospitals. And now here in El Cajon, we're faced with a resolution that puts our local police in the service of ICE to enforce federal immigration. Supporters of this resolution argue that ICE will only target violent criminals, but even ICE leadership has stated otherwise. Tom Homan recently stated that, quote, long-term undocumented people who are doing right in their cities will still have to be taken, end quote. Let's be clear, this resolution will result in the targeting of hardworking community members, not just violent offenders. This resolution isn't about safety, it's about division. It undermines trust in our community. Someone even suggested renaming or amending this resolution to make it sound better. But let's call it what it is, fascism. This is what fascism does. It pits neighbors against neighbors while people like Bill Wells seek power. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pivotal moment. I urge you to vote no on this resolution. None of our surrounding cities are proposing such a measure, and we must not allow El Cajon to set this dangerous precedent. When asked why we need to make this resolution, Bill Wells said, quote, we don't have to, but I want to, end quote. We will not stand idly by while our neighbors are harassed, profiled, and discriminated against. Let us choose compassion and unity over fear and division. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll come back and continue this. Ladies and gentlemen, could you all please take your seats? We're going to continue with the meeting now. Otherwise, we're going to be here till 6 in the morning. What? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, I'd appreciate it. I know it's a long meeting, but we want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. I do want to say that our workshop tonight on the Fire Protection District is going to be postponed because of the length of this meeting. But that's okay. We'll continue it. Who's our next speaker?
Our next speakers are Carol Lewis, Dilwat Amer, and Dr. Sergio Conti.
Does everybody hear who the speakers are? Our first speaker is Carol Lewis. Carol, are you here? Hi. Ms. Lewis. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Council and Mayor Wells and staff. Thank you for letting me have a moment. There's a lot of people here today who I know are angry and things. I'm coming to you with a broken heart. And so I'm pretty emotional, so I am going to read this. As you know, I've been working with the El Cajon Collaborative and Little House for over 10 years, and I've built a lot of trust among our community members. It's been a real honor for me to work with these families. I'm talking about some of our families who even have legal refugee status. And they are getting confused by all of the messages that they're hearing on the news and through friends, and they're fearful. And I'm really afraid, and this is what I've been hearing from other families as well too, that they're afraid to send their kids to school, that they're afraid to report crimes, that they're afraid to go to the neighborhood clinics, and that they're afraid to even go to the hospital. And I think this could become a real public health issue, and we're really concerned about that as well. We know this is one of the worst years for respiratory illnesses for kids. We don't want to make sure that our kids are getting the proper care that they need, and they're not afraid to go to the hospital or the doctors when they need it. I just want you to please consider carefully the message that you are sending to the families that you've spent the last few decades gaining their trust, assisting them with building businesses, educating their children who are now getting degrees and are coming back to serve in East County, and who are bringing their rich cultures and, Gary, as you know, food to our city. It would be a shame to have them become afraid of our local law enforcement officers who have supported them all these years. So thank you for letting me speak.
Who's our speaker?
Ms. Ahmed. You're next.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Wells, and good afternoon, all of the city members, council. Thank you very much. My name is Dilquas Ahmed. I'm the executive director of License to Freedom. We've been in El Cajon for 24 years. 24 years ago, I came to this city and to this country as asylum seekers. 24 years later, I put together an organization for 27 staff. And I'm so proud, to be a resident of the city of El Cajon. I dedicated myself to serving our community in every way possible. I raised 2 kids. One of them, he's an officer candidate for the Army, and my daughter, she worked at the DA office here in the court. And I raised a wonderful husband. He was working in Syria I raised him, believe me, with the U.S. Army. Yes. So every day I work tirelessly to ensure that the safety of the refugee community by raising awareness about violence and providing critical support for those who are victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. It's a privilege to contribute the well-being and the resilience of our community, but it's also a reminder of the challenge so many face. To remind them the challenges so many face and important of standing together to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Bill Wells, today I have to call one of the Afghan women who passed 17 countries and cities to cross the border and to make it safe to the United States. This woman Taliban killed her husband, and she was raped all the way until she made it here. I have to tell her to take your son, pull him from school, in case if they deport you, so they will be together. Please, Mayor Will, I will urge you to take action to stop the deportation of those vulnerable members of our community to ensure that they have an opportunity to seek safety and stability. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Sergio Conti, and after that, if we can have Reverend Gary Cass, Mary Davis, and Chris Ford, please make your way down so you can be ready to speak.
Thank you. Before my time starts, can I take 1 minute to show my passport and my electricity bill to Mayor Wells?
You got 2 minutes.
I live in El Cajon. Because you say in TV that most of the people coming here, they came from another city or something like that. I live in El Cajon. And
go ahead and start the timer.
Terrible things are happening outside. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart. Men, women, and children are separated. Children came home from school to find that their parents have disappeared. The day of Anne Frank, January 13, 1943. It's happening again, and thank you, Mr. Mayor Wells. When I moved to El Cajon 1 year, I wish I live more in El Cajon because I love this city, really. First thing I talked to my friend, Jesus, I say, I have a master in public health, then I like to research. Then I say 30% of the population in El Cajon are Latinos. The other 30% are from Middle East, like my friend here, and 10% are African American. And I asked him why all our council members are white and our mayor are white. My friend told me, because we are pendejos. That means we are dumb people. I'm translating you. But what you need to learn, Mr. Mayor, is the perception of you guys have about the Latino community is very different what the reality is. We are, the 20% of the people who live in USA are Latino. From 5 people who are Latino living in USA, 4 are citizens. We are the 5th economy in the world. You know, only USA by themselves, China, Japan, Germany has more economic power than the Latino living in USA. This is very important. We are very powerful. Our average, oh my goodness, we are just 12 years old average, and you are 58 years old, your average. Now the Latino force will help to this country to be the big country that always will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Reverend Gary Cass.
Reverend Cass, welcome.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I pastored here for 18 years, was on the Grossmont School Board here, raised my kids here. My daughter graduated from Valhalla. My 2 sons graduated from Monte Vista. So I have a great affection for this community. We're not here because of Nazism. We're not here because of racism. We're here because there was a problem that you didn't create, we didn't create, but now we have to face it. And let's be honest, it's agonizing and it's frustrating. But now the truth is, all of the neglect of the federal administrations have now come home to roost. A lot of Bible been quoted here, so let me quote the Bible. Romans 13 says, when you became elected officials, you are to be those who represent God in government authority. When you took your office, you raised your hand, many of you put your hand on a Bible, and took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. We are a nation of laws, including immigration laws. You took an oath that you would stand for the Constitution. Now, the fact that our immigration laws were not being enforced is not your problem, but now that they are, it is your duty to stand on the Constitution and the rule of law. This is obviously very emotional. The United States of America has the most generous immigration laws in the world. Compare it to Mexico or anywhere else. We allow true asylum seekers to find places. So we're asking for justice. Justice for the people who obeyed our laws, stood in line, and became citizens lawfully, and justice for the victims of those who have been victims of illegal immigrant crime. So do your job, and do what you were elected to do, and uphold your vow that you took when you became a member of the Constitution.
Time. Thank you, Dr.
Mary Davis, and then Chris Ford.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, I'm a little froggy. So, Mary Davis, hi, first time in your chamber here. So I just wanted to say that we have heard a lot of rhetoric, a lot of hyperbole, a lot of raw emotions. But I think we also need to hear the other side of the story. And I know a lot of people are not even from El Cajon. My kids went to high school here, and I have a deep connection to this city. And I know it well. El Cajon is a city full of legal immigrants and refugees. Once you've had their immigration process delayed by the diversion of resources spent on illegal immigration. A local attorney said that 85% of asylum claims are denied, indicating that the majority claiming asylum don't even qualify. Those truly seeking asylum could present themselves at the border. People sneaking across the border, dashing onto our shores in panga boats, are actively trying to evade detection. They are unvetted and do not deserve a blanket shield of protection. Also, you should comply with federal law, or else you would risk federal funding, losing out on that. Police officers shouldn't be the monkey in the middle, having to go between federal law and state law and deciding. Lastly, turning a blind eye to illegal immigration comes at a price. Not only the enormous expense to taxpayers, but more importantly, the cost of human life, of those who should be alive. Names like Rachel Morin, Elizabeth Medina, Jocelyn and Gary, Lake and Riley, those are in the news on a national level. Locally, we had a gunman in Sacramento, and nobody seems to know these girls' names. It's Samia, Samantha, and Samara Mora. Their father should have been arrested. They let him out after fighting with a police officer, being arrested for drunk driving. He killed them a week later. These girls have a name, and that their blood is on the hands of SB 54, and any entity is complicit. Thank you.
Ma'am. We're finished, yeah.
After Mr. Ford, if we can have Corey Gurtero, Ben Good, and Glenn Beige to speak, please.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council. It seems to me that the crux of your issue is whether or not the SB 54 law seems to conflict with federal law. Well, let's take a look at the federal rule of law in this country right now. We have the TikTok ban that made it through all three branches of the federal government and then was not enforced by not one, but two presidents. Under the Constitution, it is their job to enforce laws, but hey. Then we have the 6 or so federal acts that prevent the U.S. from sending supplies and weapons to countries that use it to enact genocide and otherwise commit war crimes, but we do it all the time. And then finally, President Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, and due to a unmitigated discharge, will not serve any time, will not pay any fine, because his job is more important than the rule of law. The federal rule of law is a joke, or quickly becoming one, a sick joke at that. So, let's turn to the state law. SB 54 is not perfect. No law is perfect, but it is the law of this state. It already has provisions for dealing with violent offenders. Why would we be superfluous by trying to involve ICE and other federal agencies that are running roughshod over these communities? So obviously, the law is difficult to follow sometimes. It should be clear, but it's not. It's often murky. So instead, I would appeal to you and your ethical obligations. Your ethical obligation is to serve the people of this community and to assure a fair and just treatment. There is nothing fair or dignified about what is happening in this country right now to documented and undocumented people. I'm a San Diegan, and I'm a resident of El Cajon, and I have been for many, many years. I'm scared. I'm scared for my neighbors. I'm scared for people who are the lifeblood of this city and not just myself. Thank you.
Corey Gortero, Ben Good, and Glenn Baguet.
Mr. Gortero, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. All right, 2 minutes. In your declaration of intent, it reads, the sole purpose of removing those that have committed violent criminal offenses. I'm confused how anyone could be against that. Let's talk about how the detainer for criminals works. On April 18th, 2024, at about 1:45 a.m., a suspect entered a home located in Linda Vista and sexually assaulted a 5-year-old girl. That suspect was Alejandro Jose Confessor, a Guatemalan national who came to the U.S. on a counterfeit visa. ICE requested the detainer to go pick him up. San Diego County denied it. ICE then requested to perform an interview. They denied it because of SB 54. Finally, ICE was granted permission to an interview with Confessor, and when they got in there, they looked at his phone. On his phone, after they saw what was on his phone, they had to call ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children, because of the child pornography on his phone. But who is the family? The family, the child, she was a 5-year-old little girl of a local Navy SEAL. If we can't protect these people, what are we doing? So, are we trying to protect criminals or residents? 2 weeks ago, I had a very informative and private dinner with Tom Holman. I will tell you that he's coming. He's coming here to El Cajon. He knows about Southwest Keys. He knows that Councilman Goebel looked into it many years ago. He knows that a large portion of the street drop-offs were here in El Cajon. He knows how everyone's going to vote today. Let's make sure we do it right so when he comes to town, we can work with him and get the violent people out of this city. And these people apparently would like these violent people here. Makes absolute no sense. None. Let's get the violent predators out of here. Thank you.
Ben Good.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, you got that? Okay.
We'll just wait till it's finished. Okay.
All right, you can go ahead and hit that buzzer.
Go ahead.
I'll probably be quicker in 2 minutes anyways. First off, I want to thank everybody for coming. The councilmen, the people on both sides of the aisle. I think it's really important before I even get into who I am. The problem's not in the room. And everyone needs to remember that. No, listen. Just listen. The problem's not in the room. The people that are here are obviously civil people who have come here legally, or they wouldn't be here if they're afraid, as they're claiming this whole time. And the people who are in the room are trying to do a civil process. We're not here for that. We're here because we have had an administration for the past 4 years run us down the railroad. I have seen unspeakable things in my backyard. Unspeakable. You would not want to know what I have seen with my eyes. What I've taken my young son out to see has been unspeakable, what we've been put upon us. I won't go into the details because nobody wants to lose their lunch here today. It's absolutely horrific. So again, it's not the good people that are here. It's not the good people that are here. It's the people that are out there. The city of El Cajon is losing money. How do I know they're losing money? I own a small business. I will not send my people to the Home Depot in El Cajon. Why won't I send the people in El Cajon? Because it's not safe anymore. If it was safe, we would not have towers up now with lights flashing and cameras going. My own mother, who was born here practically, goes way back here, she won't go to that Home Depot anymore. It's not the people in this room. It is not the people in this room. It's the people who came here illegal, who do not have any other reason to be here other than to inflict harm and to get away from their own countries where they've already inflicted harm. It has nothing to do with the good standing people in this room. Unfortunately, we've all been put in a very bad place, and we need to recognize that there's fear on both sides. Thank you.
After Mr. Bagay, and I'm sorry, I know I'm saying your name wrong, we have Jose Cruz, Marcy Strange, and Maria Curry. If you can please make your way down.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
My name is Glenn Boggy. I'm a business owner in El Cajon for over 30 years. I want to thank the City Council and the staff and Mayor Wells for giving me this time today to speak about this resolution. According to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, there are approximately 650,000 criminal illegal aliens in our country that are not in custody. These individuals have either been convicted or charged with horrible crimes: murder, sex trafficking, child trafficking, assault, burglary, weapon offenses, and dangerous dealings with drugs like fentanyl that have killed thousands and thousands of Americans just in the last few years. We know there's 650,000 non-citizens, criminals running loose in the United States. I think it's safe to assume, given that El Cajon is a small town not too far from a border, that some of those criminals could end up here. I don't know how many. Nobody does, I don't think. We all love the brave men and women of our law enforcement. It's inevitable that they will come in contact with them. To not allow our police officers to deal with these criminals in the proper fashion, using the tools that are in front of them, to not allow them to work with federal immigration agents would be criminal itself, I feel. And that would lead to more crime in El Cajon. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you for keeping El Cajon safe. And thank you for listening.
Jose Cruz, Marcy Strange, and Maria Curry.
Hey, good afternoon, members of the council and Mayor Wells and the rest of you guys here, part of the city, and all of you guys and everyone in the room, actually. We're not enemies. You know, we're friends. You probably know some people that may or may not have documents, and I know you like them. They're not bad people. I've lived in El Cajon my whole life. I went to El Cajon Valley High School. I remember in the 90s, as a teenager, we had a wonderful governor back in the day, Pete Wilson, and they had a similar law that what you want to enact nowadays, where they could pull anyone over just because they look suspicious. I got pulled over a few times just walking down the sidewalk by police officers, then waiting for a couple hours until immigration showed up. Back in the day, it was called INS. It was not Border Patrol. So I was put through a lot of, fear. And I feel it right now. I'm a U.S. citizen, and I feel fear because I know this resolution. And I know our white friends don't realize it because they have never suffered from that. But it's something that you cannot explain unless you're in my shoes. And I'm a brown person. They're going to see me as a potential MS-13 guy. If I'm not wearing my suit, hey, where's your passport? I'm going to be super offended if any of our police officers pull me over and then ask for my papers, because I'm a U.S. citizen just like anybody else in this room. So discrimination is going to happen. I know that's not the intention of the rule, but that's going to be the consequence, okay? That's going to be the consequence, because I have lived it before. I've been here my whole life. I'm a proud El Cajonian, East County person, and you know, if you guys pass this resolution, like I mentioned to you, Mayor, before, I'm just going to sell my house and move out of here, because I'm not going to give my tax dollars to a city that doesn't like me because I look like a brown person. Let the Border Patrol do their job. Let's not let our cops act like federal agents because they're not. Let them do their policing job, not the job of the federal government. Thank you so much. And thank you.
Ms. Marcy Strange.
At 8:55 a.m. in February 2024, Lakin Riley's last text to her mother read, "Good morning. About to go for a run if you're free to talk." Within half an hour, she was bludgeoned and asphyxiated to death. I also used to jog at University of Georgia, those same trails, so it is very personal to me. Please vote yes on this resolution, but replace the word intent with require. Taxpayers' oversight for parents and students asks the city of El Cajon to cooperate with ICE if you want to participate and prioritize public safety, protect children from sex trafficking, be the role model for other cities, and uphold federal laws that takes priority over any state. We want immigrants. My family is full of immigrants, but they must be legal to contribute to the tax base, not deplete it. Thank you, Mayor Wells, for bringing this resolution to the board. I thought this resolution was going to be good until I heard the word intent to remove rapists, killers, and criminals. Removing dangerous criminals must be a requirement, not an intent. As it stands now, this resolution gives cartels a loophole because it's incomplete. It's one hamburger short of a Happy Meal. Please require deportations of dangerous criminals so we won't be missing another 350,000 children.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Also, adds to your homelessness. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
After Maria Curry, we have Dustin Hayes, Ryan Fan, and Salim Hayek.
Hi. Well, I'm just surprised of, supposedly this is a great country and I think it's in decline. Just the way we are looking with some of the comments just before me. I just want to, I studied at Cornell and Mexico paid for it. My country does things like that. And I came here and became a citizen. So how this affects our community, this resolution, our cultural and historic continuity by breaking neighborhoods. And I live 9 minutes from here, and there's a lot of racism. And the economy, how will be this affected? All this data that they are giving about the criminals and all of the cartels are here. I mean, they bring the drugs here. They consume it here. Look at the streets. The economy, the health, the mental health, people is in fear. How others see us, it's a shame how they see the U.S. now. Think of your political future. All of you, do the right thing. We are organizing. This is just the beginning. There's people outside. I came here, I do historic preservation, but now I'm gonna do this, immigration. I was in a board that I just resigned yesterday because I wanna help my people. This meeting is just an example. We know you have the power. You know you can change things. You can do the right things. Mexican migrants are the youth, and the future of the people of this country. I mean, just one said is the average age is 12 years old. Yes, there's a lot of young people, and that people is important. Listen to the people and listen to the war, what's happening. I mean, just right now the president is fighting with all the world, with a lot of countries. Instead of working with them, how do we solve this situation? And a lot of Americans go to live to Mexico, by the way. And when I see the news and Dayline, all of those, a lot of the criminals are of different colors. Don't follow this crazy behavior, please. This is not right. Don't pass this resolution and work with your community and do the right thing. Thank you.
Dustin Hayes. Dustin Hayes.
Mr. Hayes?
Yep. Hey, thank you for your time. I'm going to get right to the point. How many times do we have to live the tragic stories of innocent Americans suffering at the hands of dangerous illegal immigrants? Time and again, we hear about violent acts committed by those who shouldn't even be here, and yet we continue to tolerate policies that protect criminals rather than law-abiding citizens. And of this great nation, sanctuary cities' policies are not a badge of compassion. They're a betrayal of justice and an insult to every individual that has taken the legal path to citizenship, sacrificing time, resources, in the effort to earn their place in the United States. We cannot build strong, thriving communities when we lack the ability to remove violent criminals who prey on our neighborhoods. Safety is not negotiable. It's the foundation of our homes, our schools, and our futures. Sanctuary cities underdetermine that safety by shielding criminals and creating environments where law-abiding citizens feel unprotected and unheard. This is not politics. It's about common sense. Sanctuary cities only serve to keep criminals safe while putting families, workers, and law enforcement at risk. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I would just like to fact check that sanctuary cities are actually safer. The criminal rate is actually lower.
Ryan Fan.
Listen, if you come up and take the mic, I'm going to have the police officer remove you, okay?
Sorry. Good evening, honorable members of the council and Mayor Wells. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you directly. My name is Dr. Ryan Fan, and I work at the Mejdal Arab Community Center right across the street from the council chambers. Many of the refugees and immigrants that we serve came to the U.S. in pursuit of liberty, safety, and opportunity, just like the rest of us, many of them fleeing war and famine. Our communities offer immense contributions to the cultural vibrancy and the economic infrastructure of El Cajon and to the entire country. And yet, our community members are deeply distraught and fearful of being detained, deported, separated from their loved ones, simply for working to feed their families, attending religious services, or for exercising their legal right to public education, medical care, and legal aid. In a meeting with Attorney General Rob Bonta last Friday, we heard him reiterate the California Department of Justice's commitment to upholding SB 54. The AG said that local ordinances are not enforceable if they contravene state law. This resolution feeds into a very problematic anti-immigrant agenda and attempts to violate the state laws that the government is sworn to uphold and protect. I implore you to vote no on this resolution as a community worker and as a former public school educator, university professor, who's seen the impact of negative stuff like this on my students and families. Furthermore, I speak to you as a descendant of immigrants who helped build this country on railroads, farms, mines, and factories. According to data from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, migrant encounters and apprehensions are at the lowest rate in years, and yet there's a new quota on arrest and deportation. Even the former Congressman and Major General of the U.S. Army of 36 years, William Enyart, said enacting a daily arrest quota for immigration and customs is essentially asking for an abuse of their police powers. Anytime you put a quota on law enforcement, it's a bad idea. Law enforcement officers are supposed to use their discretion. Please, let's use our discretion and vote no on this resolution. Instead of ensuring public safety of all residents, it threatens a very safe and secure liberty of people that the council is responsible for serving and protecting. As other people have pointed out, it would erode the trust of city institutions and law enforcement, making people really hesitant to actually report crimes. Last sentence. Yeah. Thanks to the council for the consideration, and I cede my time. Thank you.
Next is Salim Hayek, Truth, Liz Ramirez, and Daniel Bickford. I'm going to, Mr. Hayek is not in the room. Truth, Liz Ramirez, and Daniel Bickford, please.
All right, I am not a so-called brown person. I'm an American. And as someone of Cherokee ancestry, I vote for the paid un-American change agents to leave this land. There's nothing wrong with the city trying to get clarification on conflictions of law from A.G. Bonta, who has failed to answer the city's legitimate questions. We need to know if the state will provide protection to cities if they're going to be penalized for following SB 54. When people say they don't want violent, convicted, criminal, illegal migrants deported, it attacks personally the American, Latino, and Mexican communities whose multi-generational families immigrated legally for a life free of being subjected to the fear of violence. The 2024 National Docket data for removable non-citizen convicted criminals includes arson 792, assault 62,231, sexual assault 15,811, homicide 13,099, sex offense 9,461, commercialized sex offense 2,200, weapon offenses 13,423, and according to DHS there are 662,566 non-citizens with criminal histories. Last meeting, there was a man who said, I don't know who's going to work the farms. Steve seemed to agree with Gary, who said, who's going to pick our crops? Does everyone really believe that picking crops is all Mexicans or immigrants are good for? Really? I don't care what anyone here believes. The racist stereotypes need to stop now. You in public service roles should know better. Shame on you. I have family from Mexico who became legal Americans and never worked on farms. The people breaking into this country illegally aren't even coming from Mexico anymore. Most of them are coming from China and India. Obviously, misinformation about what this resolution is and isn't spread like a disease. There are well-funded political organizations who have fear-mongered the Latino community here. And then they threaten lawsuits against cities as blackmail. To not deport criminals, murderers, rapists, creates fear, mistrust, and harm upon the community, along with the destruction of families and the country. You on the council represent El Cajon, not political extremist organizations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is Liz Ramirez. I'm the CEO of Chicano Federation, an organization that has been serving our community for 56 years and serving more than 50,000 children and families in San Diego County each year. Among the many programs we have, we work with over 100 child care providers in El Cajon and thousands of children that are living in this beautiful city. And I'm here to urge council to think about those children. As elected officials, I'm sure you were called to serve the people. And I want to remind you of that commitment. When federal rhetoric is causing a lot of hurt and anxiety to our people, you have the power to change that. You have the power to change that. You have the power to ensure our children don't get separated from their families. You have the power to protect immigrants that already give so much to our community. I urge you that as you take this vote, you think of the people you serve that make El Cajon a thriving community. I urge you to think of your own children and growing up as parents. How would you have felt to be separated from your own children? I urge you to use your power for good. You have the power. Use it for good. Use it for good. Oppose agenda item number 9. Thank you.
Daniel Bickford, allegedly Audra, Brenda Hammond, and Inez Gonzalez.
I'll try and keep it brief there, a little bit anyway. And I suppose something we can all agree on is no hate, no racism. But this isn't about hate or racism. None of it is. Okay, it's about legal or illegal. Are we a nation of laws or are we not? This is about whether we follow the state guidelines or the federal guidelines. Actually, it's not even that. It's who are we going to support? Okay, and we should be supporting both, but they're in conflict. So we need to be supporting our federal agents. This isn't taking the El Cajon Police Department and having them go out and do all these raids, these immigration raids. It's not about that. It's about ICE going out to make an immigration raid, and the police can support them in their raid. Okay, it's not the El Cajon Police Department. It's not the city of El Cajon. It's just who do we talk to? Who are we supporting? And we should be supporting legal immigration. I thank my legal immigrant forefathers, okay, for coming over from Europe, okay. And why is that any different than coming from Mexico? Huh? Why is it different? It shouldn't be different because we all came here from somewhere. So we are a nation of laws. Please help our federal and state agencies in upholding those laws. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you again not to catcall and interject when people try to speak. They're letting you speak. Let's let them speak too.
Allegedly, Audra Brenda Hammond, Inez Gonzalez.
It's actually really sad what's going on because, there is legal immigration and there's illegal immigration. And the people that are coming here illegally are doing a disservice to the people that come here legally. And not everybody that's coming is seeking asylum. And it's something that we should pay attention to is the money that's being made off the backs of these people through these NGOs and all the trafficking of the children that takes place. And in order to protect the people, you have to get rid of the criminals. And it's unfortunate that that affects the legal immigrants. But you should be upset with the people that are causing the crimes, not the people that are trying to protect other people. I can look at you. Exactly. But why do we have to hate each other? Because people want to protect other people. There was a little girl that was raped. Right. But you shouldn't be mad at the people that are trying to protect the people. There are criminals that are raping, murdering. I mean, if everybody coming across was seeking asylum, why on earth would they drop cell phones and break them? Why would they get IDs from other countries that aren't even legit and drop them along the way? Why are they trying to drop all their documents? Why are we finding passports that are dropped off on the border that are from terrorists on the watch list? These are the type of people we need to remove. And it's doing you guys a disservice, so you should be upset with them upset with people that are trying to protect the people. And it's like you're saying it's racist, but it's like, did the little girl deserve to be raped? I'm confused. It doesn't matter. They still came through San Diego. It was very sad to see how divisive people can be when you're trying to protect the community. And you should be upset that these NGOs and all of the people are lining their pockets.
Audra, hold on one second. I'm going to give you 10 more seconds because you interrupted. Do you want to say anything else?
Thank you. It's just sad because it's like nobody can come and just try and protect someone. You guys want to protect yourselves, but you don't want to protect anybody else. And that's a problem, because it shouldn't have to be your family who's murdered, raped, or whatever. But you obviously don't care about that, and all you care about is yourself, but you should be directing your thoughts at them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't interrupt the speakers. I won't let them interrupt you either. I'm sorry, it's America. You can look where you want to look. But, ma'am, you can't have outbursts anymore. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, so please don't. Go ahead.
First of all, I'm going to say I'm Bohemian. We got to have, I know this is a serious subject, but I want to repeat what I said at the last meeting. Most of my friends are Mexicans and Chaldeans later. The Chaldean community helped me out a lot. The people that I talked to in the last 2 weeks, and if anybody's going to know what's going on in this county, it's me. I've been homeless for 15 years. You think I don't talk to people, and people don't talk to me and trust me with their feelings? What I'm seeing is I'm seeing our own government use these people that are coming over here to make a living and do what they want to do for their own little puppet stuff. And I'm seeing them do things and then blame it on whatever, whoever they want to blame it on, whatever country they come from. Okay, I'm homeless, I'm not perfect, but you know what? I'm probably smarter than any of you sitting up there. Because I have been out there and I know what's going on. So I say rice and beans, that's what's keeping me alive from tortillas.
Inés González, Mark Broker, and Brian Kugel.
Buenas tardes. My name is Inés González Perez-Chica. I'm the Executive Director of MANA de San Diego. We're a national organization. We have the largest chapter here in San Diego. We partner with Eje Academies. We serve middle school to high school from all around the county, including your beautiful city. Mayor Bill Wells is grandstanding on the backs of immigrant families with this resolution. He has created fear in this community. Mental health issues were already a concern, and now we see it at a crisis, especially in mixed status households. This resolution is not necessary. We ask that you approve recommendation number 1 from the city manager. That is, wait to take action until the federal and state governments resolve inconsistencies in their respective immigration laws and policies. The federal and state need to resolve these inconsistencies. The tension between federal and state authority is often where progress begins. States have frequently been at the forefront of social change, shaping the arc of justice in the long run. Now, as far as I know, the city of El Cajon is the only city in the county eager to align itself with the new administration's announcement of massive deportations. This resolution, should it move forward, reflects a failure of justice and compassion toward the very people who live in this community. It is a choice that isolates El Cajon from California's legacy of standing on the right side of history. We live in California, not in Alabama. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Dr. Mark Broker. I'm a 30-year Navy veteran, and thank you for your service, and thank you for your service and all the other veterans. And actually, at the end of the day, this is what we serve for, to have an open discussion about a contentious issue. You can't do this in Venezuela. You can't do this in North Korea. We're a great country because we can do this, and it's the first time I've been to an event like this, so I'm pretty fired up. I'm a small business owner, live in East County. I'm a Christian. A lot of emotion in the room, a lot of politics in the room. There's a lot of whereases and everything else. It gets kind of confusing, but at the end of the day, it's about public safety. And I don't have a PhD in governance, but I think your primary job is to increase the likelihood of public safety. There's no free lunch. Anyone could walk out of here and get mugged. But your job is to decrease that likelihood and get it as low to zero as you possibly can. And this policy is simply, it's simple in its statistics and probability. If you just read the resolution, it says asserts the city intent to comply with federal immigration laws to remove violent criminals from our community. The alternative is not to remove them from our community. And the one gentleman said we have 650,000 folks who are here not legally, and they're apparently criminals. I don't know what that number is, but if we have 5 criminals in this city, they're U.S. citizens. If we find there's 5 folks who are not here legally, and we don't deport them, now we got 10 criminals who could commit a violent crime. We just doubled the likelihood of a crime. So just taking all the emotion out of it, again, your job is to decrease the likelihood of a violent crime occurring in El Cajon, and this resolution will make that happen.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Brian Kugel, Larry Olds, and Jocelyn Hernandez.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Kugel with the San Diego Organizing Project. I speak to you today encouraged and emboldened by the example of the heroic Bishop Buddy, who last week had the courage and moral fortitude to speak truth to power. As MAGA clearly does, they cowered when confronted with truth or ignored truth. I certainly hope for more from this council tonight. I strongly urge you to respect human rights and family values. Separating families and deportations are not patriotic and do not reflect the moral values of most citizens. Cooperation with ICE and other immigration officials to tear apart families is just plain immoral and wrong. City resources must be allocated to improving the lives of those who live here in the city, not towards tearing families apart or supporting the hate-filled agenda of a delusional, unstable, convicted felon, his fellow billionaires, and Project 2025. Hypocritical. I hear so much concern about law and order here today. Hypocritical concerns about law and order ring hollow when they elected a president who is a convicted felon and who released hordes of violent insurrectionists from prison, and even the organizer of the Silk Road fentanyl trade. These actions pull back the curtain to expose that their true motives are not law and order, but blatant racism. It is well documented that immigrants commit crimes at a much lower rate than the general population. That they pay taxes and that they are a vital benefit to the local community. I urge you to vote no on this. I urge you to build trust in government, not fear of government. Thank you.
You know, we have to have an orderly meeting. If you don't stop when your time is up, you're just going to make this meeting descend into anarchy. I really don't want that. I know people are upset. I want everybody to have a chance to speak. You want me to defend you when you're speaking. I want to defend other people when they're speaking. But when your time is up, you've got to stop. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Probably the most overused idiom that we hear is a country of laws, because laws doesn't really seem to be what's high, at least on the Biden administration when they were in power. Laws are the thing that keeps societies from being chaotic, from anarchy. Without laws, we'd be fighting each other over everything. So I think it's really important that we honor the laws that we have, but we have to honor good laws. And what I mean by that is SB 54 goes against Title 8, Section 1324 of Federal Code. And that cannot stand in my view. I think what you folks are trying to do is right. You're trying to make the community safe. I also think I spent quite a bit of time on the border, and unfortunately this has turned into a discussion of race. But the fact of the matter is, when I was on the border talking to people, I talked to people from Russia, from China, from Africa, from South America. I talked to people from the Middle East. I talked to people from all over this world. Then they've come here for various reasons. Some are honorable, some aren't. When you go down to the border, you see all these discarded identification documents because people don't want to be vetted. They don't want you to know who they are. So I think the real thing that we need to really focus on is the safety, and I think what you are doing will make our community safer, and I thank you for doing that.
Jocelyn Hernandez and Imelda Barranco.
Good evening, El Cajon Council. I am Jocelyn Hernandez, and I'm an American Indian from Mexico. We have been here for many years. You will arrive. Do you know what ancestors you have, and how many years were they here? Well, right now, I vote no for this law because us Mexicans, that a lot of white people say, or color brown people, which they say a lot of times, I think that all the policemen should just do their job, just go with the emergencies and everything, but they don't have to be with ICE. Why the hell do you guys want that? Us Mexicans, we are workers. We're not criminals. We stand here to say no to that law. We have a lot of signs right now that just say that we're not criminals. Why is everybody else telling that, oh, we're rapists, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that? We're not doing anything. Literally, the food that you guys eat are all the Mexicans that are in the crops, and they're giving you food. And I just vote no, and just tell the police officers to just do their job, but not help us at all. Vote no for this law. Thank you.
Imelda Barranco and Brandon Jackson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Imelda Barranco, and I have lived my entire life in El Cajon, although I currently reside in North County. It is really heartbreaking that what is currently happening. Mr. Bill Wells, you are being pressured by an administration that is unjust, inhumane, and above all, unconstitutional. Stand up for what's right, even if it's worth your paycheck, even if it's worth funding. It's just inhumane. It's unjust. On behalf of the immigrant community, I ask you not to let law enforcement separate hardworking families that pursue the American dream on once was known as the land of opportunity. And I know this probably means this to you because of your paycheck, because of public funding, but I hope you open your heart and know that I guarantee you that this will only create chaos and not order. You are just putting fear in a community that contributes to a thriving this country. Thank you.
Imelda, Brandon Jackson and Corbin Sabol.
Alrighty. Hello. Hello, City Council, Mayor. My name is Brandon Jackson. I'm the Vice Chair of the San Diego Libertarian Party, a local resident, and also a victim of cartel operations while I was living in Arizona. I want to express my disdain for the federal government in general, regardless of who's in power. However, our country as a whole has a fentanyl and human trafficking problem. In Arizona, I aided in taking down a cartel operation that led to the arrest of over 300 operators. That local law enforcement was a major player in taking these traffickers down. These operations based in Mexico have now moved to San Diego and Imperial counties due to California's laws. These two counties are the focal point of trafficking for the entire country. However, immigrants, regardless of status, are already here. They should be allowed to work and live in peace. Their constitutional rights should be protected just like the rest of us. Law-abiding migrants should be able to enjoy opportunities that this great country has. Be wary of any federal agency and watch them closely, but please keep our community safe by going after these human and drug traffickers. Protect the children at all costs. I don't envy your decision, but I do feel like you're on the correct path. Like I said, just watch the federal entities and focus more on the local community and your law enforcement to kind of aid the community, if you will. Thank you.
Corbin Sabol, Silvia Miranda, and Tom Barallo.
Hello, Council. Corbin Sable. I'd like to do a little thought exercise, if you don't mind, if I just have a couple minutes. What's going on? So ICE wants to come in and deport rapists and murderers. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes, that's true. Okay, so it's true that ICE wants to deport rapists and murderers. You then, as a council, have a decision to make. You can either cooperate with that and help them, say, okay, we'll help you deport rapists and murderers and criminals and thieves, or we'll prevent you from doing that. Those are your two decisions that you can make as a council. So the conclusion that I'm coming to is that if you don't pass this resolution, that's telling me that you don't want to deport rapists and murderers and thieves. If you are not supporting of this resolution, that means you are telling me that you are in favor of rapists and murderers and thieves staying in this community and endangering everybody else. That's the conclusion. That's the only possible conclusion that you can come to. Less than 1 minute. Okay, so if you have brown skin or black skin and you are here legally in whatever capacity, should you be deported?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. How about if your skin is white and you are here illegally and you are a rapist and a murderer, should you be deported? Wow, that sounds like an attack on white people. Thank you.
Silvia Miranda and Tom Barallo.
Well, ma'am, thank you.
It's just heart-wrenching to see that we live in such a divided little community. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Silvia Miranda, and I have been a resident of El Cajon for 25 years. I am also a proud immigrant, an elementary school educator that has dedicated my entire career to educate children, to instill in them the love of learning, of respecting and honoring the diverse cultures, while being good global citizens and our future leaders. I have been appalled to hear our mayor of this city on the news fan flame of division and anti-immigration narratives. That is the job of the federal government. The job of El Cajon needs to be to protect the citizens of El Cajon. Law enforcement leaders and police chiefs throughout the county have recognized that community trust is key to community policing. So that should be our focus. We don't want, I want my tax dollars to go to ensure that police officers protect everyone's safety. and that we build trust with our immigrant community instead of instilling fear in our community and using our limited resources for something else. The federal government has plenty of money to deal with the immigration law. This resolution is using a false promise of sending the whole world the wrong message that us immigrants are here for something else just because of the color of our skin. I urge you, as elected member of my community, our job is to represent us well, and approving this resolution is sending the wrong message. I'm here to urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Mayor, this is speaker 44. We have 44 more speakers. The next speakers are Tom Varallo, Ann Joseph, and Chris Layton.
Hello, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Varallo, Commander, United States Navy, retired. This in my wallet is a retired military ID card. I carry it with me wherever I go. Active duty military and retirees all carry identification. I have to have it to get on base. I have to have it to use my privileges at the commissary and the exchange. And I'm never offended when someone asks me to take it out. So that veteran that talked earlier tonight, I wonder if they're carrying their military ID card, if they feel offended when they're asked to pull it out. I'm an occasional volunteer with a citizens group here in East County called RAD Movement. There's been 70 people here in East County that have gone missing that have been found by citizens, not by government, not by police, in the last 3 years. You probably haven't heard about it because the government and the media aren't talking about it. So I know there's many wonderful people here that think that there aren't wicked things going on here in El Cajon. But I'm telling you, there are wicked things happening around us, to all of us, no matter what our skin color is and no matter what our income. Wicked things are happening in and around East County and El Cajon. And it's important for us to understand. We're being divided against each other. And the many wonderful people that are here who have a different opinion than me, who haven't followed the rules and regulations, you're the cover story for the wicked people to do things to all of our children, to all of us. The wicked are hiding. They're using the loopholes in our laws to prey upon our children and on us and our families and community members. You are wonderful people. The fellow here is saying the problem's not in the room. It's not in the room. But they're using these loopholes to prey upon us. And the nice people who aren't following the rules, you're making it possible. I'm sorry to say that, but you're making it possible for your family and our families to be preyed upon. I would just like to say that it seems like people trust El Cajon police. So instead of a yes, no, maybe we decide to tell California and the United States that we're going to use our own discretion when we follow federal law and when we follow state law. Thank you.
Ann
Hello,
Joseph.
Hi, Ann Joseph here. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Seems like we're trying to compare apples with oranges to me. Being scared is one thing, being dead is another. We want immigrants in our country for reasons many have already outlined. We don't want people who come in to prey on our neighborhoods, our neighbors, and ourselves. I live in a largely Hispanic and Vietnamese community and have for over 20 years. This is not a race issue. It's not really about immigration. Around the time that the Welcome Center was established, just a few blocks from my house, bringing Haitians, Chinese, and other unknown ethnic groups from who knows where, I saw 3 buses per day, and even in the night, tour buses that would hold 60 people coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. My council people knew nothing or didn't let on. There were 2 murders at that time in my neighborhood, only blocks away from my house. One was a Vietnamese lady who loved to exercise in the park, was stabbed to death by someone who was not here legally. Another one was a man just half a block away who was shot to death. And that's the kind of result that I would like to see removed from my neighborhood and all of our neighborhoods. I don't want anyone to feel unsafe, but it's important that we be safe. Thank you.
Chris Layton and Thomas Jeffrey.
Thank you, Council, for hearing us all. I grew up in El Cajon. I graduated from high school in El Cajon. I also spent 2 years overseas on both student and work visas, which required renewal at 6 months. I had no right to stay there, even though I liked it. I had made friends. I was obeying the laws of their land, but it was not automatic. As my passport could demonstrate at any embassy, I was an American citizen under the jurisdiction of the USA. While in another country, I was a legal guest, and while obligated to follow the rules of their land, I held no rights of a citizen of their country. I was required to leave when my time was up, and I did so. I want everyone to know, I do support legal immigration of fully vetted non-criminals. That's with crime including breaking and entering into the USA. I do not support federal, state, or local governments providing immunity or sanctuary for people who already broke the law getting here. I do support federal, state, or local governments I do not support federal, state, or local governments making excuses for any crime, whether people here are legally or not. Any vandalism, theft, assault, child sex trafficking, drugs, illegal drugs, weapons are not acceptable in any civilized society. I do not support tax money going to NGOs to aid and abet the unvetted entry movement through busing and flights, housing, and care of illegal immigrants within the USA. I do support public accountability regarding where the money goes, where the people go, and especially where thousands of missing unaccompanied minors are. We all have immigrant roots somewhere. I also worked in farm fields for several summers, and I just think that fear is spewed by the media, and we need to work together for safety. Thank you.
Thomas Jeffrey, Bernardo Garcia, and Patricia Mondragon. The next three, and we will call these people again, Barry Willis, Susan Roberts, and Maureen Cruz.
Barry left.
Buenos días, o buenas noches. Patricia Mondragon, Regional Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego. Alliance San Diego convenes the San Diego Immigrant Rights Consortium, a coalition of 50 organizations that advocates for the rights of immigrants and refugees in the entire San Diego County. Let me begin by saying that no human is illegal. All humans are born with human rights, including the right to belong and to feel safe. Whether that immigrant is a billionaire from South Africa or the poorest immigrant from South America, Africa, or Asia, fleeing violence, climate disasters, or extreme economic hardships. Trump's push for mass deportation is not about violent offenders. This administration sees anyone who has come in illegally or legally with temporary status as undeserving of human and civil rights. However, both the U.S. and California constitutions grant us civil rights that are not dismissed by the stroke of a pen. Let me be clear, there is no legal entry options at this time. All entry has been suspended indefinitely. Regardless, the administration can create a lot of fear, anxiety, and harm, as we have seen in the last week. Already, we are seeing the chilling effects when residents are afraid to send their kids to school, are afraid to seek medical attention, and are afraid to show up for work. Similarly, this resolution sends the wrong message to the large community of immigrants and refugees living in the city of El Cajon. Attorney General Rob Bonta has made it clear multiple times and in multiple ways that California will not stand in the way of federal immigration enforcement. He has issued clear guidelines on SB 54. Not only will it be spending, if local law enforcement does this, not only will it be spending local resources and funding to do the federal government's job, it may risk having to spend money defending violating California law. Monies that are better served protecting community members from the expected rise in hate crimes and as a result of anti-immigrant rhetoric.
Maybe your time is
Please
up.
vote no.
Susan?
I'm Maureen Cruz. I live in Lakeside. I hope I can be here. I guess I am. I was looking at this recommendation that the City Council considers one or two options. The first one, wait. Take until the federal government and the state governments resolve inconsistencies. Frankly, I don't think that's ever going to happen. So the second option, adopt a resolution to seek additional clarification from the state and federal government. This I really want to see. I want to see this done. I hope it can be done. I pray a lot. Maybe it can. And I also pray that we just would not have so much fear and anger and race baiting. I mean, some people just love to get up here and say things that are so inflammatory, and they evidently like that. I don't. But I would tell you, if I was talking to you face to face, just between you and me, do whatever it takes to keep the people safe. We're in a time where the three-letter agencies, the CIA, the FBI, they all have a rotten reputation. People are afraid, and they have good right to be. I'm afraid at times, and I'm, not an immigrant, but still, there are people that lie, cheat, and steal no matter what. And a lot of them have been in the government the past 4 years. I'm hoping for justice. I'm hoping that you stand for justice for all of us, not just for us white people, but for everybody. Thank you.
Bernardo Garcia, Lee Baralo, and Nicanora Montenegro.
Good evening, Mayor and his team. I'm Pastor Bernardo Garcia in the community, and I love the community. I love Latinos, everyone, no matter the color. Everyone is important before God, and we know, everybody has been talking about. We've been strangers, like when the nation starts in this, the whole nation. There was only 13 colonies, and everybody came from different countries, and everybody contributes for the growth this country, and now we have a nice country, great country, and our community has been working hard, the Latinos, and I love everyone, and I'm here to say, no to the resolution, because it's important. The community, Hispanic people has been working so hard, and what happened, or what's going to happen if we pull many people out? What's going to happen with the houses? Many people have house, cars, motorhomes, or motorhomes. Who's going to pay that to the bank? So I think we have to think a little more about it, and I know the governments, local governments, trying to do something better and better. And I love everyone. I don't love the crime. I don't love the crime people. And but I'm here to say no to the resolution. And we want the best for the city, for the country. We have almost 70,000. Hispanic people in the whole nation. So we're doing a lot of good stuff for the nation, business and all kind of stuff. I'm not saying nothing about the drugs. You know, there's people buying the drugs, some people selling, and some people buying. But we have to. The government has to take the control over that.
I have to cut you off. Your time is up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Am I heard? Good evening, Mayor Wells. Good evening, council members and city staff. And good evening to everyone who are here. I am Nicanora Montenegro, and I am representing the National Federation of Filipino-American Associations. As I said, Filipino-American Association, therefore it shows that I am already standing here as an immigrant, and I am standing here as a woman, I am standing here as a worker, and I am standing here as an immigrant who seek citizenship in this country because I believed that this country will be providing us safety and justice. The reason why we are here is because there is one issue that we have to resolve, and that issue is whether the council will pass Resolution 9. I am here standing before you to request that please, council, with all your conscience, vote no to this resolution for the following reason. Number one, you are still requesting to resolve the differences between federal and state laws, which we will have to follow the moment that is resolved. But another thing is, we want you to vote no because this resolution is not necessary. Why do we have to have this? When this resolution is giving a lot of fear to the community, I don't want to repeat anymore what all the other people had been saying. You have heard them. You have heard both sides, and you have to weigh both sides. But the thing is,
thank you.
I know it's time,
is finished.
but this resolution, please vote no for this.
Lee Varallo, Cheryl Caruso, and Estela Jimenez.
Hi, my name is Lee Stewart Varallo, and I'm a San Diego native. I grew up in Spring Valley, and I've been here for all of my life except for the 3 years that I served in the U.S. Army. And I've been out here in El Cajon. We've been here for over 20 years. I've never been to a city council meeting before, so this is a little intimidating, but I've been to a lot of school board meetings as we've gotten involved in the last year and a half. And I just feel like the city council is kind of in a rock and a hard place. You know, you have the federal government that wants to take the violent criminals out, and then you have the state that doesn't want you to be able to do anything and kind of ties your hands. I don't know what it will take, resolution or no resolution. I think the most important thing that you do is you keep the city, the citizens safe. And so to me, if you're going to get some help in getting rid of the violent criminal illegals, then by all means take it. But please keep it safe. Thank you.
Hi, this is my first time ever doing anything like this, but I felt very compelled, and thank you for opening it up for everybody and honorable people. Anyway, real quick, I think that the issue is the violent criminals. It's been the last 4 years. They opened the border, and people came from all over the globe. and we got a lot of the criminals. And so I say yes on number 9.2, the second one. But just a little bit of who I am. I have helped many legal immigrants become citizens. I have gone with them through the courses, and I've gone to the presentations when they get their citizenship, and it's so exciting. And that's what we want. That is the best because, and several people here are legal. They went through the whole process and they went through the presentation, and that's what we want. These are good people. It's not to be divided. What you're trying to do is get rid of the danger and the harm and the people that have come over the border the last 4 years. It's been horrible. I commend you guys for this, and I'm praying very hard for you all. In Christ's name I pray. Amen. Bye.
Estela Jimenez.
Hi, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you. And my name is Estela Jimenez, and I'm an immigrant lady. I have children who were born in this country, and I have been working so hard to get my education, and I've been working with immigrant children as a volunteer. And I please say to you, please vote against this resolution 9, because this is going to harm families. This is going to harm children. People's talking about throw away all the illegal criminals. Children are not criminals. Children are victims of this system, this broken system on immigration. What we really need is to have a comprehensive immigration reformation to legalize all these children, women, and men who really come to this country to make a better life, to make a better country, who give a lot from his life in this country. And please, all of you, think about all these children. Think about what is the best for the future, not just in order to divide people, in order to persecute and follow all these families broken apart right now. Please feel compassion on your hearts when you do this vote. Thank you.
Randy Torres Consuelo and Jane Barbaris.
Good evening, council members. My name is Randy Torres Van Vleck, and I'm the Associate Director of Community and Housing Development at PANA, Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. And at PANA, we're proud to be working in El Cajon. As a city with a history of welcoming refugees and immigrants, this is a moment for El Cajon's leadership to stand with its communities as a clear example of moral and ethical leadership. Policies that prioritize detention and expedited removal can jeopardize community trust and the economic stability of El Cajon. There have been documented and clear instances where expedited removal procedures have led to mistaken identity and wrongful detention of U.S. citizens and lawful residents. We urge you to reject this resolution because we believe it violates Senate Bill 54, the California Values Act, harms vulnerable residents, and damages community trust. This isn't just a policy matter. It's about protecting the values that make El Cajon a beautiful and thriving community. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Bill Wells. Thank you so much for all the wonderful things you've done for El Cajon. I'm just so glad you're our mayor. And I'm here to be for ICE coming and getting all the illegal criminals out of El Cajon. I just can't believe how people can stand up and don't want illegal criminals taken out of our city, out of our country. There's millions, Biden let in millions of illegal immigrants come in, and they're gang leaders, they're violent, they rape, they're pedophiles, they're wicked, they're evil, they do so much damage to us. And how you cannot allow ICE to come into El Cajon and throughout the United States, I just can't understand it. I mean, we want to stand for what's law. I've been a citizen of El Cajon for like 36 years. I'm an American citizen from immigrants that came here and became legal citizens. And we need these illegal criminals. We need them out of here. And President Trump was elected by the majority of people. He wants what is right for our country. And we do want to help people get legal status, but we do not want criminals, and take them out.
After Consuelo, we have Maria Bautista and Tish Quintana.
Consuelo here. Ooh, this is, this is so hard. This is very difficult only because, my father came here illegally. And no doubt, with that being said, he eventually became legal. And it was just... It's so hard because I get, I wasn't clear on the item initially coming here, but I get what it is you guys are trying to accomplish, and that is to get rid of the people who are not doing a service to our country, and they're doing a disservice by some of their illegal acts. Let's just be real. The first illegal act was crossing over, and we can't argue that. But at the same time, I just wish the people were more informed about the item, and it's not to come after anybody who is doing good for us. This is it's just so sad. It is so sad, and I wish people would pay more attention, especially what's happening within our county, not just at these city council meetings, but just on everything that's happening within our county, because we can't really control what's happening on a federal level. We can just control what's happening in our backyards. And with that being said, my last 30 seconds, I just want for the people just to recognize one thing. They do want us divided, and that is so clear in this room. And it's just... It's sad. It's sad, and you don't have to give me an applause. I'll applaud myself because I'm on nobody's side. I'm just on the side of logic and using discernment, and at this point it's like nobody is doing that anymore. It's sad.
Maria Bautista. Then we have Tish Quintana.
Good afternoon or evening now. I jotted some things here as I listened to everybody. My name is Leticia Quintana. I go by Tish. I'm an American citizen first before my Hispanic heritage because God sees us all alike. This meeting here today proves immigration in America, or immigrants in America, are not voiceless. But citizens are now the voiceless ones. I'm here as an advocate for citizenship first. So let me begin. Things in our country have been muddled in our country for decades now. It was done on purpose for people with an agenda. So let me start by clarifying and bringing us back to reality and clear definitions. The definition of a citizen is a person legally belongs to a country and has the rights and protection of that country. Definition of an illegal immigrant or an undocumented immigrant. A foreign national who is living without official authorization in a country of which they are not a citizen. Illegal alien. A resident who was born elsewhere and is not a citizen of the country he or she now lives in. There are 195 countries in the world. There are no countries in the world allowing full citizenship rights to illegals and funding illegal immigrants upon arrivals. These 195 countries care about their people, their citizens. Do you, as our representatives, do you care about the citizens here? Or do you care more about the nationals from other countries who are coming here illegally by the millions and taking our federal, our state, and our local funds, which we taxpayers pay? Our citizens...
Oh, your time's up. Thank you.
Our citizens and
Ma'am.
our veterans are on
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll
the
handle it.
streets.
Yeah, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. It's unsustainable.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
thank you.
It's unsustainable.
Maureen Branham, Rachel Lozano, and Mumtaz Momad. Maureen. Rachel Lozano. Rachel Lozano and Mumtaz Momad. Angela Elfman. Justin Scaletti. Tracy. Could you please state your name?
Rachel Lozano.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, staff. My name is Rachel Lozano Castro. I was educated 8 miles from here. I'm employed in this region. I started a business here. I'm often in El Cajon City to do business and visit family and friends who are residents, who are business owners, homeowners, educators in the city. I'm a 5th-generation American citizen, and I stand with newcomers. I'm proud to make part of the team of the Partnership for the Advancement of New Americans. Daily, we work in the region and specifically in the city of El Cajon, a vibrant home to diverse immigrant and refugee communities, including our newest newcomers, Afghan parolees and Syrian refugees. I ask that you reject this resolution, agenda number 9. Instead, support our communities, invest in resources and infrastructure for inclusion. This is about protecting the values that make El Cajon City the beautiful and diverse and thriving community that it is. We must prioritize fairness, justice, and the safety of all residents over actions that sow fear and division. The current proposed title of the resolution before you today includes the phrase public safety for all residents. You have a responsibility to protect the safety of all residents in the city of El Cajon. Thank you.
Angela Elfman, Tracy Till, and Yusef Miller.
He's coming. He's in his car.
Megan Afshan. After Megan, we have Ashkari Abdul Muntamil.
Good evening, Mayor Wells, respected council members, fellow community, and neighbors. My name is Mejgan Afshan, and I'm Executive Director of Borderlands for Equity, a pro bono civil rights nonprofit based right here in East County and serving the greater San Diego County area. We serve Afghan, Mexican, Iraqi, Sudanese, Syrian, Kurdish, Iranian, Chaldean, Somali, Palestinian, African American, and indigenous people right here in El Cajon. And as a proud Muslim and daughter of refugees from Afghanistan who sought refuge here over 40 years ago, like many thousands of Afghan SIV, asylees, parolees, and asylum seekers here in El Cajon, we urge that you please make sure to listen to the voices of the people here. There is a moment that we are coming upon that is going to create chaos. There is fear being cultivated in our communities that we don't need. There are children that don't want to leave their homes, like many of our siblings have said tonight, that are scared to go to school for fear of losing their parents. This resolution is not helpful in times of chaos. Immigrants, refugees, and migrants of all colors and creeds are contributing and are vital members of our community here in East County, and specifically El Cajon. Council members must reject this fear-mongering language and work towards expanding public safety and by promoting programs that uplift the dignity of all of our siblings. Thank you.
Ashkari Abdul Timothy Redbird. Joseph.
Is he in the queue?
Yusef Miller.
Mr. Miller,
All right, I was in my car. My name is Yusef Miller. I'm a board member of CSA Fair Housing. So a lot of these people here are my clients, my friends, my family. And I'm here to say that this is not about law and order. If it was about law and order, we wouldn't have had a sweeping bill releasing all these 1,500, 1,700 people who stormed our Capitol. If it was about laws, it would be about that. This is just an attempt to kiss the brass ring of Donald Trump, and this, we're seeing straight through this. All of us see through this. What we see here is an attack on our brown community in the name of law and security. I am not an immigrant from Mexico or any South American country. My people were victimized by immigrants from Europe here. So how do I know what the immigrants are feeling today? There was a same bill in our federal constitution, which is the Fugitive Slave Act, that put all black people under threat. They said, yeah, they're looking for the blacks who broke the law by escaping for freedom, like a lot of our brothers and sisters here have escaped for freedom. Yeah, they were escaping from a government that was criminalizing them based on the color of their skin. And yes, all of our families who were born free in this nation were still afraid and were still rounded up and still taken into slavery. So I understand what my Latinx brothers and sisters are feeling. I stand with my Latinx brothers and sisters, my brothers and sisters from the Middle East, my brothers and sisters from all over the place that come here for rights and freedom, a freedom that they should be given the opportunity to have. This is not about the fear-mongering, because we want to know, Mayor Wells, who do you support? Do you support the families, or are you the one who's going to bring the fear and terror and loss of trust in this city? That's what we're seeing going on. So vote no on item 9. This is just a rehash of the Fugitive Slave Act, and we're feeling it in our Latino community.
Timothy Redbird, Bob Collins.
Thank you. I want to say the Creator bless all the people, council members, and the Creator to bless El Cajon. It's a good place to live, and Creator to bless all the immigrants who come here. Creator to bless all the other races of men that come here and try to be good and helpful and useful in our beautiful country here. We have no borders here. Todos los mexicanos and indigenos. That's why they're here. They're bound. We stick around. And we've been together. We speak English up here. They speak Spanish up there, down that way, because of the conquerors that came here and divided us. But now we still have the Creator's love that can unite us and give us hope. And our kids can have good dreams. And we can have a good tomorrow. And that's why it's up to you people to help us and put an end to this nonsense that the president's trying to put on everybody. Divide and conquer us. And that's no good. We learn to love each other. Learn to love yourself. Give that love for everything. Just like your kids. Just like your grandpa and grandmas, like everybody in your family, there's that love. That's got to be involved around with us to get together and forget the color of skin, forget everything else. We got to learn how to be human beings, good two-legged human beings to help one another. We have three commandments here. The first one is give thanks and praises to the Almighty Creator. Second one, help somebody. That's what we're here for, to help. That's what you're here for, to help. And third one, enjoy. Enjoy. So instead of divide and conquer, let's unite and let's live together and love and help one another. On my relations.
Miriam Ramirez. Miriam. And then Crystal Reed.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Miriam, and I'm a resident of El Cajon. I'm here today to speak out against the resolution proposed by Mayor Wells. At the core of the ordinance is a troubling trend that is gaining traction across the U.S., racial profiling. It's already a harmful practice in many parts of the country, and to see it potentially being introduced in our city is deeply concerning. Racial profiling does not make our community safer. It breeds division, mistrust, and fear. It undermines the safety and the unity that all of us, regardless of background and status, deserve. However, there's another serious consequence that I'd like to bring attention to if this ordinance passes. El Cajon already faces some of the highest crime rates in San Diego County. As a resident, that is very important to me. According to Neighborhood Scout, the crime rate per square mile in El Cajon is significantly higher, 147 incidents compared to the state average of 84, and the county median of 26.5. I'm sorry, not the county, the country median of 26.5. In terms of property crime, the odds of becoming a victim in El Cajon are 1 in 63. I know because I live next to a lot of these encampments. While the state average is 1 in 43. For violent crimes, the chances in El Cajon is 1 in 209 versus California's average of 1 in 197. That's significantly higher. These statistics highlight a crucial reality. Our police department is already stretched thin. Adding the burden of racial profiling enforcement or diverting resources to handle this issue will only make their jobs harder. Our law enforcement officers should be focusing on what really matters, protecting residents, preventing crimes, and building stronger community relationships with all people, instead of supporting policies that will dilute their ability to do this. The real question we should be asking is the real question we should be asking is this ordinance truly in the best interest of El Cajon, or is a politically motivated move designed to further Mayor Wells' career at the expense of our safety and well-being? We deserve better than this. Instead of passing divisive policies that could have negative long-term effects, let's focus on smart community-driven initiatives to tackle crime and support our police department. There are countless ways we can strengthen public safety, from improving community policing to community policies to supporting crime prevention programs, all without compromising fairness and equality.
If you could wrap it up, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I remind the council that the words of Harry Truman, let each of us put our country ahead of party and ahead of our own personal interest. I urge you all to reject this ordinance, consider the true cost to our community, and let's work together. Thank you. And to the police department, don't let them have you be the bad guys. You guys are better than that. You guys deserve the respect. Don't let them have you be the bad guys. Thank you.
Crystal Reed and Aaron Ramirez.
Hello, this is my first city council meeting. It's nice to meet you all. I just want to start by saying I have 3 Latinx children. My ex-husband, he got his immigration status to residency. Right? Somebody said that you couldn't get legal citizenship or something like that. There's not a process for that, which is news to me because my children's grandma is currently in the middle of that process. So I love the Latin community. I have nothing against it. I strongly support that community, but I also support there's an underlying evil that's happening, and it's happening to children, it's happening to citizens, it's happening to Latins too. It's happening to everybody. And I feel like the language of this is intimidating that Latin community, but I pray that it doesn't, because getting rid of violent criminals is important. We can't even do it with our own citizens, and we can't do it with illegal citizens, and I just don't understand why. We should be able to be safe. We should be able to not be afraid, and so should the Latin community, though, too. So I don't know if there's some detail I'm missing, but eliminating that criminal aspect seems like the wise decision. It seems like the smart thing to do, and I'm not sure why there's so much division. And if for some reason they're targeting the Latin community over this, then I think that should be addressed. But right now, the language of it says to get rid of violent criminals, and I support that.
Mayor, we have 17 more speaker cards. The next one is Aaron Ramirez and Pedro Rios. Aaron? Pedro Rios? Okay.
Let's move on to the next.
While we wait for Mr. Rios, Asma Abdi and Kristen Jerstad. Amy Raycard. Amy?
I just want to state for the record a couple of clarifications. First of all, I was raised Jewish and I had a bat mitzvah, and it is offensive that people have invoked Nazism and the Holocaust here today. And I rebuke you. And as a Christian, I rebuke you in Jesus' name, because I gave my heart to Jesus Christ in my 30s. And yes, Jesus did seek asylum, legal asylum. But you know what? He did not break laws. And so...
Go ahead and stop for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just wait. Wait till you can control yourselves. Okay. Let Amy continue. I'll give you 10 more seconds at the end because you're interrupted.
I also want to make it clear that if you're trying to persuade people, you probably shouldn't yell, "You live on stolen land," while being draped in a Mexican flag. That's not very persuasive. And so what I want to do with my remaining seconds is read off the actual law that they want to write today, that they want to pass. And I just want to say, you're going to be hearing from Pedro Rios, who makes 6 figures off of profiting off of illegal immigration. Cajon City Council is considering adopting a resolution that seeks additional clarification from state and federal officials on the inconsistencies in the respective immigration laws and policies, declares the city's intent to ensure the public safety of all residents, and asserts the city's intent to comply with federal immigration law to legal extent permissible under SB 54 and other applicable laws to remove violent criminals from our community. The only people that should be afraid should be the people that vote against this. And I'm letting you guys know on notice, yes, there will be political repercussions for people who support sanctuary laws and anyone who supports violent criminals in this community. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please conduct yourselves?
Will you please state your name?
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Jarstad, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I urge you to vote no on Agenda Item 9. There's been a lot of talk of law and order, but the Trump administration's own spokesman has admitted that every undocumented person in this country is considered a criminal that is being targeted by ICE right now. We don't need a police state where a large portion of the population is afraid of the police. It only makes the job of law enforcement more difficult if people are afraid to report crime and cooperate with the police. Sanctuary states and cities are statistically safer than non-sanctuary states and cities. Undocumented people are half as likely to commit violent crimes as others. From 1980 to 2022, the national crime rate declined by 60% as the immigration population doubled. Police should collaborate with the local population, not federal agents. Otherwise, this feels a lot like fascism.
Asma Abdi, Pedro Rios. Okay. Mr. G. Juarez, I believe it's Guadalupe Juarez. Okay. Lu Tejeda. Thank you. And then we have Josette Rogers.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I think most of you guys know me here. I've been heavily involved in the community for a long time, supporting all the youth of the community, and I see it firsthand what's going on out there. And for those of you that are over here, I am a first-generation American. My parents came here and became citizens. They did it the right way, which is the way all the other guys should be doing it right now. And I fully support what you're trying to do, Mayor, and I fully support what the police department does here, because I see it firsthand out there with the kids that I'm working with. There's a lot of immigrants that are in our organizations. And if we don't put a stop to it now, it's just going to get worse. Thank you.
Josette Rogers. And then I have Gambler.
I'm not a public speaker. I don't like speaking in public. I don't like speaking in front of people. I hate it. And I'm here and I'm looking at every single one of you, and none of you look like my skin. I'm not represented here. I'm not represented in this city. I've lived in El Cajon for about 20 years or so. I've had to call the police on a few occasions, and they've never shown up for me. Okay, so that's one of my first issues. Now you want to put in something into effect where you're going to show up to people in their homes, in their schools, in their jobs, when they are not committing a crime because they did something, maybe jaywalking, or they did something as a child. I saw recently that someone who shoplifted a candy bar was collected because of being a criminal. A dangerous criminal for shoplifting as a child. Now, statute of limitations is over for me. I had to do this when I was 13 to 14 years old in order to be able to feed my brothers and sisters. My family are not immigrants. I'm going to say that they are not immigrants because my mother's blood comes from this land thousands of years, not hundreds. In the 80s, I'm going to tell you a very short story because I only have a few seconds left. In the 80s, my cousin, in the same generation that I am, which we are about 4 or 5 generations in, and that's by your white laws saying that we are 5 generations here legally, was deported, was collected and deported because she spoke only Spanish. My great-grandmother refused to teach her English, which she was the one raising her. She got deported, got sent to Mexico. We had to go try to collect her, and all for the same type of thing that you guys are trying to create now. I don't know if anybody else remembers the 80s, but I remember hearing and seeing the fear when people would yell, people not with any color, would yell, "Migra!" And they would all run in fear. If that's what you're trying to recreate, I saw lots of injuries in that sense.
We need that. Thanks.
Again, Gambler. Sean Assisi.
Is there a problem? Is somebody fall? Oh, okay. Take a minute. Let's, while they do that, let's have another speaker come up and speak.
Sean Assisi. Yusef Miller already spoke. Sam Halpern. And after Mr. Halper, it will be Charles Edwards.
Hello, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sam Halpern. My family arrived in this country in the 1800s to escape persecution and enjoy the promise that America offers. One of the unspoken promises of our Constitution's Bill of Rights is freedom from the fear of unwarranted persecution. My folks have fought in America's wars, survived its economic disasters, voted in its elections, and the progeny of those first individuals has produced citizens who have made contributions in many ways in American life. We are the wealthiest nation in the world, a nation built by immigrants, described on the Statue of Liberty as huddled masses yearning to be free. One of our freedoms includes freedoms from jackboots at the door. Why do we rush to intimidate and frighten people who just want to be part of the American dream? We need an immigration policy, but one that can offer a way to that dream. Intimidation and fear are not the way. Thank you.
Charles Edwards. And after that, Gambler.
Good evening. My name is Charles. I'd like to thank the great city of El Cajon for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I would like to address this issue not as a liberal or conservative, but as an American and an observer. I can never know the adversity that our neighbors and friends are facing and can only imagine. We live in a country that was built on immigration, a country that was founded on independent freedoms, and I fear that this law, beyond being immoral, unjust, and irrational, is anti-American. ICE's recent brutal tactics alone are bad enough, but as we even begin to consider contributing to it, we build a police state no better than the Nazis. Wrote this before that one woman spoke. Most will not see it, but this is just the beginning. Consider this. What happens when they come for your rights and freedoms? Where will you stand on this issue if we were to ban firearms and the police begin to start harassing you the same way you would be allowing them to harass and question our neighbors, friends, and family? If you think this can't be a reality, you have learned nothing from history. The harassment our neighbors, friends, and family is facing must halt. So I implore you, do not wage this war on our brothers and sisters, whether this country regards them as that or not.
How you guys doing today? Gambler here. Oh, I have so many things I want to say to you, Bill, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about immigration, I guess. Why do you guys have like Mexican flags right on your thing? I thought we're United States, but those aren't? What are those? I have no idea. Okay, I don't care. Hey, Bill. I'm just wasting your time. Why did you guys not go ahead and get updated information after the 20th? Why did you go ahead and get the information from Kamala's federal government when you're going ahead and talking about this? Because everything changed right after the 19th. Donald Trump became president, and we have new policies. Why didn't you find out the new policies instead of judging based off of the old ones? Curiosity. Unless if you're trying to create a false narrative, I think that is exactly what you are doing, Bill, isn't it? Because, or else I would have gotten new information from the current president, not the old president, when you're addressing this issue, because the current president is going to handle it, not the old administration, which you guys are complaining about their issues. So my question is, why didn't you wait until after Donald Trump, new policies, talk to those people when you're getting these questions? Is it because that you want to sow division? It really does sound like that's what your whole motivation is. That's why you didn't check with Donald Trump's campaign. You just checked with Kamala Harris's, and then you scared all these wonderful people just so to get some clout, right? Am I just about getting that correct? Because you guys said the 19th. Donald Trump was not president the 19th. 1.5 million people asked to go home was not caused by Donald Trump. That was Kamala Harris. So you guys have issues with Kamala Harris's problems, not Donald Trump. So shut the fuck up.
Who's the next speaker?
Mayor Wells, before I call the 5 last speaker cards, we have two people who submitted a card in support of the proposed resolution, but they don't wish to speak, and that's Kristen Broker and Danny O'Brien.
Okay. I'm going to put an end to any more speaker cards, so this will be our last 5.
We only have 5 more.
This will be the end, yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
I have Margarita James Benkley, Sal Sarmiento. Are you Margarita? Please come up.
Good evening to the mayor and all the members of council. My name is Marina Branham. I'm a naturalized immigrant and business owner. Today, my business holds a federal government contract with ICE, so I'm actually pretty well aware of the current situation our immigrants are facing today. I stand here today to address the issue that goes beyond policy. I would actually like to speak on the risk of acting prematurely without proper systems in place. Our city must not take shortcuts or act hastily on an issue with such far-reaching implications without a fair and accurate system to distinguish between those who pose real threats to the public safety and those who are simply part of the community. Any policy involving local police and immigration enforcement will lead to discrimination. It will lead to racial profiling and the erosion of trust between the residents and those that are enforcing the law. We stand here today to advocate for a responsible solution. Sanctuary cities are not about protecting criminals. They are about protecting communities. They ensure that law enforcement resources are focused on addressing actual crimes, not enforcing federal laws. If we are to consider changes, it must be with a carefully, and I mean carefully, designed system that protects public safety without undermining the rights and trust of the people. Now, this happened today, okay? The Secretary of Press, if we missed it because it happened today, she was very clear about what this administration means. You are a criminal just simply based on the fact that you are here illegally, okay? Let's get that clear. She spoke that. Go home and everybody watch that today, okay? So I just urge you today to listen to what we came here to say. Thank you for your time. I really do thank you, and may your future give you what you deserve.
Sal Sarmiento.
Hey everybody, I'll make it quick. So, a quick look back. In 2017, the Trump administration, 1.0 at the time, tried to do this exact same thing that they're doing here in 2017, but it wasn't Huntington Beach and El Cajon. It was Huntington Beach and Los Alamitos. The same exact thing they did last time. But then it wasn't Mr. Bill Wells. It was a guy named Troy Edgar. He was the mayor of Los Alamitos. What happened there? The city got sued, and a bunch of the folks on the city council, including the mayor, ended up losing their seats, is what happened. The mayor, though, actually was appointed by Trump to become the DHS financial officer. To give you an idea of the reason for this policy, look it up, Troy Edgars, if you remember. What happened in 2018 was that there were 0 Republicans voted for Congress in the county of Orange, right? That was the result. And there was an article that came out that said, Trump's anti-sanctuary strategy in Orange County is a loser. This is also going to be a loser for San Diego. And mark my words. And so with all due respect to the mayor, this is a political stunt, and no amount of edits or amendments or whatever the text of the resolution says, this is a pro-Trump political stunt. The folks that are here from outside of El Cajon and outside of San Diego know this. And it's unfortunate, it's sad, because I do think on some level your hearts, God knows, I want to say that I want to believe your heart's in the right place. But so looking back, this is the same thing happened in Los Alamitos. It's not going to end well for El Cajon. I don't know what your plans are, Mr. Mayor, but if you really care about the city, the people, let's make the right choice. Looking forward, the divisiveness, the hateful, the offensive stuff that's said tonight, you don't want this in your city. And even to the mayor, I know the mayor has, whatever Bill Holman might have told you, you don't want this for your city. And you don't want this divisiveness, El Cajon can be a beautiful place. It is a beautiful place to raise a family. Do you want this to be the norm moving forward? You don't want this, and I know the city council doesn't want this.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
The last two speakers, Lourdes Bautista and Tony Sotile.
Good evening. My name is Lourdes Bautista, and I've never been in any council meeting. I've never spoken publicly, but just hearing all the hate, the misrepresentation, just the confusion that is within this bill and within my community, I felt compelled to speak today. My parents are immigrants. It doesn't matter if they came here illegally or illegally. Not all of them are fortunate to come here the legal way, as a lot of you like to mention. A lot of people come here that are poor, uneducated, and want something better for this community, for their kids, which I believe a lot of your parents, if they are here, Americans for all their lives, they probably moved from state to state. Why? Because they're trying to look for a better place, to have better opportunities for you guys, for your children, because they love you. Same thing that is happening right now with my community, with my people from the southern border, from the Middle East, from Africa, from China. They come to this country because they want something better for themselves, better for their family, better for their kids. Who doesn't want to fight for the best for their children, for their family? Now you tell me, Mr. Bill Wells, tell me when you look at me, when you see a brown woman, si hablo español, tú no sabes si estoy aquí legalmente o si estoy indocumentada. So when I tell you this thing that you want to pass that says you want to protect our community, it's not here to protect us. It's here to create fear amongst us, so that we can fight each other, to say, oh, I'm a Christian, oh, I want to be feeling that I'm secure here, but it's not making us feel secure. I don't feel secure. Me as a brown woman, my brown community that speaks Spanish, that have an accent like myself, they're not going to feel safe here. And I'm asking you to reject this, to vote for your conscience, vote for your community. Because if I was a white Latina, a white woman, a white colored woman, I wouldn't have this fear. But I do have it. I have it, and I want my community to feel safe.
I'm asking you because we are the people. We elected you for this job. You need to protect us instead of bringing fear to a community. Thank you.
Mayor, you said you would only allow the 5 more speakers.
Yeah.
There's 2 people that we called that were not in the chamber. They have returned. I will.
That's fine. Let them finish.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tony Sotile.
Good evening. How are you? It's time that we draw the line in the sand. I am an immigrant. I was not born in this country, but my parents came here legally many, many years ago. And I know what it is to wait on the other side of the border. For 7 years, my parents waited. And this country was based on the rule of law. And even though the previous administration did not want to follow the rule of law still stands. I remember President Reagan gave amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants with the promise that the border would be secured, and the border was never secured. Why? Because if we don't stand for something, the law will be broken over and over and over again. The law has to have a bite to it. If it doesn't have a bite to it, it is no law whatsoever.
Please don't
Now, I
interrupt.
want to state one more thing. There are such things as an unlawful law. For example, during the Nuremberg trials, that's what the contention of the trial was, that the laws of Hitler were not legal. Because if they were legal, then Dachau would have been the epitome of civility. So therefore, we need to follow the rule of law, and we need to establish what is right and what is wrong. The city of El Cajon does not determine the immigration laws. The federal government does. But the city police need to be notified how they react to ICE, whether they fight with ICE or whether they go along with ICE, whatever the rule is. Because if they get 2 phone calls, one from ICE and one from for the police department, who are they going to follow? So the rule of law should be stand here in El Cajon, and the people need to be defended, as the law states. Thank you.
The last 2 speakers, Bob Collins and James Benke.
Hello, guys. I know you all from homeless outreach, the 5 or 6 meetings that we went to. And I know that you love El Cajon. You love the Lord. So I'm not going to really get into what the issues are before you. I just ask that you take a look at your conscience. What would the Lord have you do? There's 2 things that come home to me. Love the Lord your God with your whole soul, heart, and mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Those are the 2 things that he's going to look to as we graduate, and I'll probably be doing them much sooner than a lot of you folks. He's going to ask us, did you love your neighbor? Now, I know you've got a difficult job here, and this was before you, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. And I understand that you weren't really quite settled on what it was that you're going to be doing. Well, I'm here to pray for you. I'm here to pray that you ask God, what is his will? Not what the human will is. What's the Lord's will here? I'd hate to see this community divided. I love this place. I've been here over 40 years. I've seen you folks. A couple of you go through homelessness. Gary, you make your house available to homeless. Steve, yeah, you got behind the tiny homes. So I know you love this place. I just would hate to see this place divided. And that's what I'm saying here. So vote your consciences, please. Not political expediency. Thank you. I hope your foot's okay, Bill. I didn't get a chance to ask about your foot condition. Last time we were together, your foot was bothering you.
Oh, it's my knee. Sorry. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Okay. I don't. I'm sorry. All right.
James Benke.
Howdy. My name is James, and that is all you need to know. So for the past 8 years, the Republican Party has been nothing short of childish, petty, and has done nothing but spew hateful rhetoric about marginalized groups further dividing this country. I'd like to ask about the stories of hardworking, undocumented migrants who have kids, work jobs, and bleed the same as you or I. But there are none, because the stories of murder, rape, sex trafficking are all scapegoats used to blame problems that are already here in this country on a marginalized group. That if they weren't here, somehow things would be better. But that's not the case. Crime will always be apparent because it's not an immigration problem, it's a life problem. The best thing we can do moving forward is follow our own logic of innocent until proven guilty and fight back from hateful policies that disproportionately affect and target marginalized groups. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on making it through by far the most contentious city council meeting that I've ever been in my times here since 2008. We're at the point now where we're going to take it back to the council, and the council is going to vote on this. I would ask for you to not call out. People are going to talk back and forth. There may be some argument, certainly some disagreement here, but we've listened to you. Let us have our conversation, we'll vote, and then the meeting will be over. So, council, would anybody like to discuss anything? Michelle, feel free.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. This has weighed very heavily on me, and so I'm going to take some time. The first thing I want to say that this was going to be fresh in our mind. I want to talk about the thought exercise that the young man brought up. The thought exercise was interesting. And he said, we talked about if there was exactly what was going to happen, I don't think we would be having this meeting. And when he talked about, what was it, the thought exercise about SB 54 and the criminals, if it was just about criminals, we would all say, yeah, that was it. So keep that in mind. If it was just about violent criminals, we would all be for it, correct? Yes. Okay, so we're in agreement about that. So let me go back to what I actually wrote today. Sitting at home, freezing my butt off because it's cold in my house. Today is a pivotal moment in El Cajon for me and every member on this council. A moment that will change the course of this city and its residents. 2 weeks ago, our mayor and council member Ortiz brought up a resolution wanting a clarification from the state. But we had already sent the letter to Attorney General Rob Bonta for that clarification. Members of the public spoke out against this resolution. I questioned even having a resolution, and the council agreed to table and have a rewrite until today. Since then, I have met with several members of the public, received nearly 100 emails, and I think it's been more than that now, emails, voicemails, and text in support for and against this resolution. I have seen multiple news reports about El Cajon and social media posts. The hatred and vitriol I have seen from some people is alarming. Illegals and illegal criminals in the same sentence is abhorrent. And I've heard it from this group tonight. Using illegals and illegal criminals coming from the mouths of people sickens me, because that should not be said in the same sentence. This is what this resolution proposal has brought to El Cajon. Some people are so worried about public safety that they want to take our El Cajon police officers to aid immigration officers. And this is what I have taken from this resolution. Now, I may be misunderstanding what was brought before us, but this is my opinion, my understanding, and if I have misunderstood it, mea culpa. But it is my understanding that we want to take our officers to aid immigration officers in the name of public safety, to apprehend illegal criminals. When I believe in El Cajon, our biggest public safety issue is the criminal element in the homeless community. The drug addicts, criminals, trying to gain entry into people's homes. That is our biggest problem in this community. That is more of a public safety issue than the illegal single father raising his 5-year-old daughter on his own, who was arrested this past weekend down by Mollison Avenue, down the street from my house. They went to his house, asked the lady that he lives with, "Are you an illegal?" She didn't know his rights, didn't know her rights. She said yes. They went in and took him out in front of his 5-year-old daughter. Imagine, all of us have children. Imagine that trauma of her father being taken away because he was an illegal. But he works a full-time job, lives in an apartment, and had a court date to become legal. Imagine, again, the trauma his little girl went through watching this. Now, I know that my children and my grandchildren would be horrified if they had to watch this. His only crime was coming over the border. He had not committed a crime, but because he's a low-hanging fruit, he was arrested. Because he and others are easy to find and arrest, and so the numbers go up fast, right? But other than crossing the border, what crime did he commit? Have they even tried to go after the thousands of Chinese nationals that come through Hakamba? I've been out there. I've been out there with you. I've been out to Hakamba. I have touched that fence. I was shocked the first time I went out there and touched the fence and seen the documentation from the Chinese immigrants that have come over. The Brazilian credit cards folded up. Why are we not going after those people? The military-aged men coming over from China. Why are we not going after them? That takes more work. And Tom Homan needs to look good to Trump fast. What happened to Laken Riley and others is tragic. It is absolutely disgusting what happened to those women. Absolutely disgusting.
Please don't interrupt.
Do not interrupt me again. Every single one of those people that were killed by those criminals needs to be taken out. But that man that was arrested this past weekend, he is not on the same level. Do not confuse those two. Do not confuse those two. And I mean it. Do not confuse those two. And like Amy Reichert said, this could be a political thing, and this is the end of my political career. I don't care. I don't care, because I stand up for the people here. Once you have removed those criminals that have murdered and raped and gutted those people, those criminals, then those true threats to the public safety, then you can have a conversation about the farm workers, the landscapers, the housekeepers. My neighbors, they're all legal, by the way, are Hispanic. They own their own landscaping building. I know, that's stereotypical, but they own their own landscaping business. I spoke to the daughter-in-law this morning. She told me that when she dropped her 3 daughters off, and they're expecting their 4th this few months, her daughters are scared to go to school. And there were no children and no parents outside. I guess we're all inside because they are all afraid. And another woman I volunteer with, her husband is Brazilian. He has a green card. And does he have to worry and start carrying his papers? These are all a few examples of how residents are being impacted. And we need to let our law enforcement do their job. Immigration needs to do their job. ICE needs to do their job. We don't need to be a sanctuary city. I'm not saying that. We didn't need to say anything at all. I said this last time. We don't need to have a resolution. We have already been on the state's radar for homelessness. And I was ready for that. But this crosses the line. And if you can tell, I'm a little bit passionate. And I will not be a part of it. This makes us look like racists. I want no part of it. And if our law enforcement come across these bad characters, I'm pretty sure they will handle it and they will contact ICE. There is a difference between those criminals and the people just living their life. And if you people want to vote me out next time, we'll have at it because I'm not running in 4 more years. I'm done. But I will tell you this right now. I represent everybody. And I speak my mind, and I do not bow down to anybody. And this is El Cajon. And anybody wants to come and tell me that the man who is working his job and his only crime is crossing the border is a criminal, you're wrong.
Let's go down the line. Let's go down the line. I'm just going to go down the line. Okay, all right. Go ahead. All right, I'm going to ask Gary Kenner to speak.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of my history. My mom was born in Czechoslovakia, and in 1919 and 1939, the Nazis invaded Czechoslovakia, and her best friend, who she knew since first grade, was saying to her, "Why are they doing this to us? What do we do to them?" And they had to wear the yellow Star of David. And a few months later, she went to see her at her house. And back then, they had, throw rugs. They didn't have wall-to-wall carpeting. And she came to her friend's house, same carpet there, different people. And you knew not to ask. And then she was secretary to the owner of a big carpet company, and the Gestapo came there, drug him out. He was Jewish, had to wear a star, and they made him, came back a couple days later, a little worse for wear, and he said, they made me wash cars. And about 2 weeks later, the Gestapo came in and took him away, and they never saw him again. Then when I was about 12 years old, my grandfather took me over to the Dachau concentration camp. Probably a little bit too young to see what was there. And they had pictures of the gas chambers and the bodies. And then the docent said, look at the ceiling. It was concrete. And there were scratch marks in the ceilings where the people created a pyramid and scratched for air on the ceiling. They were still there. So then, about 2 years later, and that's about 13 or 14, we were coming back from Mexico. And my mom had married an American soldier. Lucky for me, she got out of Europe where everybody was starving. And we were coming back. We were going through a border checkpoint. We'd driven all the way down to Mexico City through the jungles and everything, had a wonderful time. And on the way back, my mom was wearing a sleeveless blouse. And she had the European smallpox vaccine where it gives you a scar about the size of a dime. And the U.S. Border Patrol person said, oh, where are you from? And she says, well, we live in Santee in California. He says, well, where were you born? She goes, well, Brno, Czechoslovakia. He goes, do you have your passport? And she says, no, I don't carry my passport because we used to go to Mexico all the time and buy bread and papayas and everything. And he started interrogating her, asked her a lot of questions, and I was scared out of my mind. And I wanted to say, but she's my mom, she's been here forever. And, but I kept quiet because I was so afraid. And that sticks with me today because that would have been around 1966. So that's over 50 years, and I'm still traumatized by it. So I can imagine how our immigrant friends are traumatized, whether documented or undocumented. I have a close relative whose parents had green cards, and she was born in National City, and then they went back to Mexico, but she's an American citizen. She was born here, and now they're talking about taking that away. And the phrase of complying with what the federal government says is like a blank check. We don't know because it keeps on changing and actually keeps on getting worse. And, where we've got veterans that maybe Hispanic with their card say, no, I just read it in the paper the other day. No, they said, that's a fake card. We're going to arrest you. It's a fake veterans card. And I truly believe that El Cajon is a special place. We've got 70 different ethnic groups in El Cajon, and we all get along remarkably well. I mean, we're not having gang wars and all that. And I did some more research and found out that the immigrants commit half the crimes that the citizens do. So wait a minute, that's a good thing. And then the immigrants, a lot of them pay into Social Security and don't get the benefits. They indirectly pay for property tax because they're paying a landlord. They do a lot of jobs that our citizens don't want to do, let's face it. When you go out, when I drive through the fields in Central California, I mean, I see mostly immigrants. whether documented or undocumented, I don't care. But I know every time I have a piece of lettuce, it's probably an immigrant that picked it. So, and our immigrants are an integral part of our society and our economy. And they're part of the fabric of who we are. And I don't want to rip apart that fabric because it would cause horrendous damage. And I've listened to both sides in this argument and considered what everybody said. And I heard some really good stuff from the pro-immigrant group. I mean, I'm the child of an immigrant, so it has a special place in my heart. And I appreciate the Bible verses that I think Melissa, that she said, and like the other council members here, it's no secret, I'm a Christian too. And the most important thing that Jesus said, he says, love your neighbor. And I think the second to the last speaker said that, and it really moved me. So, but however, I am concerned about a criminal element, which is probably less a criminal element among immigrants. So I think it's reasonable to have our police only contact ICE when someone's committed a violent crime, not that they had a brake light out on their car. Okay, and Michelle's testimony about the 5-year-old that had to watch her non-criminal dad get arrested, and I think the last thing that Michelle told me is nobody knows where the little girl is. I mean, can you imagine the trauma there? I'm still traumatized from my mom being interrogated by the Border Patrol. You can imagine this is going to go traumatize her for an entire life. The other thing is, I think it's crucial that our police officers have trust of the entire community, no matter who they are, no matter what color they are or what religion they are. And if they lose that trust, we're less safe because they're not going to be witnesses. They're not going into hiding when they see a police officer. They're going to, they're not going to report crimes. And all of us suffer from that. So Michelle and I, if you're still on board on this, I don't know, we worked for several hours the other day in her kitchen among her dogs and cats. And we came up with a resolution, which I would like to pass out to my fellow council members to go over this. And I think this is a good compromise.
I have to ask our attorney. It's not agendized. What do you want to do with this?
Well, yes, in fact, it's on the agenda is to adopt a resolution. So I assume that this resolution that Mr. Kendrick is proposing addresses the same facts, the same situation as the resolution that was in the agenda packet. It's simply an alternative approach.
So Gary, if I could ask you to just getting into pages and pages of a resolution.
It's just one page.
If you could just explain what it is you're looking for.
I'll read it. One of the things that this resolution does, I think, is help stop the fear that has been created. In fact, not just in El Cajon, but all over East County.
You pass these out to people.
Oh, Jesse, I guess, is doing that. So they know what I'm talking about.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, can I pass them out to the council members?
Sure.
To the staff. So what Michelle and I try to do is address the concerns about criminals and calm the public. So, resolution declaring intent to celebrate and protect our diverse community. Whereas the city of El Cajon is comprised of over 70 different distinct cultural and ethnic groups, and whereas the immigrant community of El Cajon has revitalized our city through robust business, culture, the arts, and diverse cuisine, whereas the public good holds a vested interest in fostering trust between the community and our public safety officers such that all residents are comfortable reporting crimes. And whereas our great nation is founded on the principle that all people are created equal with the rights to the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas the city of El Cajon is incorporated in the state of California and is subject to the laws and statutes thereof. Whereas the public overwhelmingly supports embracing the great American dream. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of El Cajon as follows. 1. The City of El Cajon hereby celebrates the valuable contribution of over 70 diverse cultural and ethnic groups in our city. 2. The people of El Cajon acknowledge that our immigrant community makes us stronger. 3. The people of El Cajon proclaim that migrating to our great city is a manifestation of the sacred American dream. 4. The city of El Cajon resolves to declare its intent to comply with the laws of the state of California, including SB 54, which enables law enforcement to cooperate with federal immigration authorities for the sole purpose of apprehending violent criminals, thus ensuring the safety of all residents. 5, it is hereby resolved that El Cajon shall continue being a place where people of all origins, creeds, and nationalities live, work, and thrive.
Is there more?
That's it.
Phil, your turn.
Well, I appreciate everyone speaking, and yeah, this is what our veterans fight for. A thought experiment, and usually I don't like commenting on national issues because I can't affect it. I'm here in my backyard in El Cajon, and but why do many people from around the world want to come to America? That's a very good question. It's unique. It's been that way for hundreds of years. Is it because Americans work harder than other people from other countries? No. No, there's plenty of people from other countries that work extremely hard. Is it because is America great because Americans are smarter than other people from other countries? No. No, absolutely not. There's plenty of people from other countries that are equally as smart, if not smarter. Is it because America has more natural resources? No, plenty of other countries have natural resources. So what's the draw to America? What's different? What's unique about it? It's our rules. It's our laws. It's the only difference between America and every other country. It's our rules and our laws that makes it different. And Americans' commitments to embrace those laws. That's what makes it unique, is the rule of law. And I don't know how you continue something like that when you actively subvert the laws. I'm not allowed to cross the border other than a port of entry. I'm not. It's illegal. And we want to talk about biblical principles. The Bible says equal weights and measures. You treat everybody equally. And those Bible references, those are references to not treat people that look different from you unequally. And everybody's being held to the same standard here. And what I'm hearing is the desperate need of immigrants. My grandma was an immigrant. She's passed, my tita. And she was pregnant with my mom when they came over. So I get it. But the desperate need of immigrants. The WEF, the World Health Federation, has said that 2.5 to 3 billion people are living in poverty across the world. 2.5 billion people. What I'm hearing is that it's completely justified for people to come here because of their dire straits. I'm hearing that we're using immigration as a method to alleviate world poverty and war. It's not going to happen. There's 2.5 billion people on Earth that are living below the poverty line, that are in war zones. That doesn't work. The math doesn't math. We cannot use immigration as a way to alleviate world poverty. You can't bring 2.53 billion people in here. And I'm sorry, it was a huge disservice to let upwards of 20 million people in here with no infrastructure plan for them. 20 million people, there's only 20 states have a population less than 20 million people. 3 years people have to wait for an asylum judge and an immigration judge. That is insane. That is the biggest disservice, one of the biggest disservices in American history, by letting this many people in to be exploited, collateral damage, and it is the most illogical plan I've ever heard of in my entire life. 3 years, you're not planning for anything. The Bible talks if you're going to build a house, you need to count the cost, measure things. And it is incomprehensible that someone would just allow people to come over across the border without any regard for them. Trafficked, raped, kids being drugged. It's incomprehensible. And I really hope that everyone here believes and really does believe that they want to remove the criminal element from our communities. It's very hard for me to believe it, though, by some of the comments and how cavalier people are treating the violent criminals in our community, sneering and snickering at it. And we're not operating in a vacuum. The county of San Diego just voted to be a super sanctuary city where they don't want to deport anybody, no matter what the crime is. Yes, it 100% is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, excuse me, Phil. In order for this to work, we have to let the council have their time to discuss. You had your time. Let's hear what Mr. Ortiz has to say.
These policies and these ideas about not deporting anybody has been presented in the state legislature for years. These bills have been presented. So these ideas aren't in a vacuum, and it's very hard for me to believe, especially when the intention and the specific language talks about the criminal element here in our communities. And everyone's talking about the Hispanic community. Let me finish one point before I move on to that. What makes America unique is our laws. Latin American countries are embracing these different laws already right now. The president of El Salvador has turned around that country. He's a tremendous leader. I wish we had more leadership like his in the United States. The president of Argentina is embracing the rule of law. Javier Milei, he has brought inflation from 30% down to single digits. He's bringing people out of poverty with the rule of law by continuing the rule of law. And I respect what the one lady said about we need to protect our community, and we can't just turn a blind eye to these criminals that are here. That is immoral and it's unethical. And the Constitution isn't copyrighted. Anybody can embrace this. Any country can embrace this immediately. Here's an example of the people they're deporting. and the people that haven't been able to be deported in the last 4 years. A German national shot and killed a deputy here illegally. Shot and killed him. A Haitian man, a known gang member, self-identified, with 17 criminal convictions in 2 years. A Brazilian man, an Interpol red notice, which means it's a worldwide notice for a warrant to arrest him. I'm not talking about immigrant. I'm not talking about your average immigrant. I'm talking about criminals. And we're running, this is being ran, the comments are running cover to protect people like this. And that's not what this, is talking about. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't control yourselves, I'll clear the chamber and we'll vote without you. So you need to be quiet and let the councilman speak.
The divisiveness I'm hearing is against my points. Everyone's saying let's not divide, but you're not allowing for free speech. And okay, whatever. An El Salvadorian man charged with rape released under sanctuary state and sanctuary city rules. The detainer request was denied. A Dominican man, possession of heroin, a deadly weapon. A Guatemalan man, MS-13 gun charges, gang member. Detainer request was denied by local law enforcement due to sanctuary city and state policies. A Haitian man, sexual assault, who was brought in by the federal government's flight program in 2023, flying people in. A previously deported Honduran man who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. Edgar de la Cruz, Manzano, a child rapist, Jordanian national with connections to ISIS. I don't see any issue. I don't see any issue when our police force comes across these people in their regular course of duty, giving them the ability to contact federal immigration authorities and saying, will you get these people out of here? And if you do have a problem with it, then there's no amount of convincing that you're going to give me to convince me otherwise. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And I don't know what the implication is with regard to everyone has a need. Everyone has a need to come to America. But what gives people the right to cut in line? Why are they justified to cut in line for the people that are trying to do it legally? The people who are applying legally are in exact same situations as the people applying legally.
Please.
That is an insane claim to think that people coming here legally aren't trying to achieve the American dream. Everybody's trying to achieve the American dream. And the thing that keeps America America is Americans and newcomers embracing the laws of America. I come from immigrants. I know plenty of people. I employ them. I've used their services. There's no way our economy, especially in Southern California, can function without immigration. No one's saying, and that's the other thing that's being misconstrued here, is people are saying we don't want any immigration. The levy against this position is we don't want any immigration, when in fact all we want is orderly, organized immigration. And you're saying we don't want any immigration and you're a racist and this and that. No. The only thing that keeps America the way it is our laws and our commitment to those laws. And I said this at the last council meeting. This is a mess that our federal government has kicked down the road, and it's been exacerbated by entitlements being given to newcomers here through NGOs. The immigrants coming now who are accepting public service are not the immigrants of Ellis Island. The Ellis Island immigrants in that era came here without any help, without any legal assistance. And this is different. This is 100% different. So, Gary, I love the softer version of this. I really do. It's well thought out, and my family owns restaurants in Chicago: El Jardín, Cafe, El Cantina. I mean, I don't look it, but my whole family is Hispanic, so I'm not intimidated by an immigrant community. I grew up with it, but the rule of law has to apply. And I know, Steve, I think you had something else, but I'll hold my comments for that.
Mr. Goebel.
Well, I've got some questions actually on on some of the things that we can and cannot do. SB 54 is the law of the land. SB 54 was enacted in 2017. It went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal on an appeal from the federal government. The Court of Appeals unanimously approved it 3-0 in a 3-bank. It was appealed to the Supreme Court in 2020. Where's Salvador? Salvador's still here? He was talking about all these things. He knew this. And the Supreme Court denied to hear it. So it's been tested, SB 54. It's what we have to work with today. So I acknowledge that. Here's my question. I know that it says we cannot use our law enforcement for immigration-only things. And Section 7282.5 says, well, a law enforcement official shall have discretion to cooperate with immigration authorities only if doing so would not violate federal state. What does cooperation mean? I don't think it means go through the door, handcuff. I think it has to do with information sharing as I read this. Am I correct?
Mr. Goebel, I think what you have to do is there's in parentheses a comment right after that where you ended that said commencing with Section 7284. Then if you go to 7284, that's where it starts going through all the limitations of what you can and can't do. So it's almost the law is almost deceptive that says you can cooperate under these conditions, and then there's no conditions really listed. And if you look at, in fact, while during the meeting I was looking at the AG recently put out their latest bulletin. Interesting, ironically, that it came out just days before or days after our last hearing on January 17th. But let me just read a few bulletins. This is the DOJ's, California DOJ's interpretation of SB 54. The Values Act defines immigration enforcement as any and all efforts to investigate, enforce, or assist in the investigation or enforcement of any federal civil immigration law, and also includes any and all efforts to investigate, enforce, or assist in the investigation or enforcement of any federal criminal immigration law that penalizes a person's presence in, entry, or re-entry to, or employment in the United States. It goes on to say that under the Values Act, local law enforcement agencies are prohibited in the following ways: inquiring into an individual's immigration status. I don't think there's any question about that. About whether that's legal or not legal. It's clearly not legal. Detaining an individual in response to a hold request. That has to do more with the court or the jails. Providing personal information. We know about that. It goes on to say making or participating in an arrest. So in my mind, participating in arrest, if ICE were to be doing a detail in the city of El Cajon, participation would be closing down a road, providing cover, helping to question witnesses. I think that any of those types of things, not just going into the house in hand, but any level of participation would be a violation of SB 54 as the way I read this bulletin.
That makes sense to me. I don't necessarily agree with everything in SB 54, but it is what it is, and so I question whether we have law enforcement to do anything about immigration in the city of El Cajon. However, However, so many speakers talked about public safety, the violent crime happening in the city, and at the end of the day, it's about public safety. Safety is not negotiable. There's a lot of comments about keep citizens safe, use logic and sense. This is about citizens' rights and protections. Do what it takes to keep people safe. This is what our mission is here in law enforcement. So I had some words that I prepared as well, just to get it out of my head onto paper. First, thank you all for coming. Thank you for engaging in local government. This is what we do. Thanks for moving your schedule around. Thanks for hanging in there till, prime time. Second, I've read every email. I've read every, or listened to every voicemail, all of them, so that I don't have blind spots. I call them blind spots. Things that I didn't notice or see. So that's good that you told me those, because I've learned a lot about nuances about your stories and things like that. Now let's talk about this item. We all need immigrants. This country needs immigrants. The birth rate is just not replacing our population, and we need more people, legal immigrants, to come into this country to support our social security system or whatever it's going to be. We're going to need more people. The reason why I moved this back to the last staff meeting was I just felt there were too many gaps. Gaps that created fear, anxiety, confusion, misunderstanding, but also gaps that created expectations of what we should do, of things that maybe we can't do. We talked about SB 54. The training and mission of our police is to protect and serve. It's not immigration. That's a federal issue. Ours is to keep people safe. A critically important part of that protection requires our police having the trust of the community. Without that trust, in a city that's 30% Latino and close to 20% Middle Eastern, many law-abiding residents would live unnecessarily in fear and anxiety of the police based on past experiences. I heard you. Also equally important, if our community doesn't trust us, our police won't get the cooperation they need to investigate crimes, find suspects, and arrest bad guys. So trust is really important in a city. We talked about, well, if you stop a car and the guy's in the country illegally, are you going to contact ICE? I talked to two of our officers. They don't have access to that information. When they pull somebody over, they can check for a criminal history, they can check for warrants, but nowhere in there is a person's immigration status. They don't know. The system does not tell them a person's immigration status. So they couldn't call ICE because they don't know if a person's here. Our system locally isn't tied into the immigration thing. So our police officers just can't do what some people want them to do. I think it comes back to our mission of protecting and service. I think his name was Mr. Boggy. Am I getting that right? Is he still here? Maybe he left too. 650,000 people in the United States are convicted or charged criminals who are here illegally. 650,000 living free in our country. I agree with him as saying, as close as we are to the border, we may have some of those in our city. And that is something we have to get out of our city. The question is, who's going to do it? 15,000 people for murder, 110,000 people for assault, 17,000 for weapon, 70,000 for dangerous drugs, 12,000 for sex offenders, not counting commercial sex trafficking, and more. He's right. There's probably some in the county, as close as we are. I really think this comes down to, this comes down to letting the federal government protect us from criminals who are in our city. That's my interest. My interest is letting our police handle the local stuff. My interest is keeping all of us safe. That's their charge. That's what we budget for them. That's what our mission is. That's what we're staffed for. And my gosh, people, we have so much to do with homelessness. We couldn't even begin to take on immigration. So We need to fix the problems here first before we can do that. Now, what does that mean? Just abandon? No, it means sanctuary cities are blocking federal government from coming in and doing their job. We should comply with federal law, not block a federal agency that comes in to do what they do. We will abide by SB 54, and that means that we don't participate. If it means we don't even put 2 cars on the end of the street to block traffic, so be it. But we need to let them pull these 650,000 people out of our country. It's bad. So I think I'm really kind of coming around to, I don't know that we can do much at the local level with immigration. We certainly can't do immigration only. I don't think we can assist with federal enforcement actions. I just think we stay out of the way. We want them to do it. We need them to do it to get rid of 650,000 really bad, violent criminals in our country. That's kind of where I'm landing as far as the resolution. I've seen both. I'm not seeing we can't really do much other than just stay out of the way and let the feds do what they want to do. Ironically, even Rob Bonta last Saturday said, they have a job, let them do their job. He's saying let the feds come in and do their job. So why shouldn't, if he's okay with that, why shouldn't we all be okay with them coming in and protecting us? That's their job. And that's kind of where I'm landing on it so far.
Okay. Thank you all for coming tonight, and thank you for giving your opinions. The reason I brought this was because I thought it was really important, for all the reasons that we've heard tonight, that when somebody comes into contact with one of our police officers, let's say, for example, a Venezuelan gang member that has committed a crime, that we should be able to do everything in our power to get that person off of our streets. And if cooperating with ICE is one of those things that we could do, we should do that, because public safety should be number one. Now, all of you have made a really great case that racism is bad, Nazism is bad, and fascism is bad. But you know what? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You've confabulated that out of absolute cloth. Nothing like that is going to happen. What this resolution says, it is our intent to cooperate with the federal government. That should be obvious. Every nation, or every city in the nation should have at its intent to cooperate with the federal government, because it is our government. Now, let me tell you what I think is really going on here. I don't think this is about immigration. I don't think this is about racism. I think this is about a war that is over, but a lot of people don't think it's over because it ended on November 5th. This is Trump versus non-Trump. This is progressivism versus conservatism. This is the cultural war that we're involved in right now. And my colleague, Michelle Mitchell, said last time that it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we represent the people of the city of El Cajon. But I want to say something. 57% of the people in El Cajon voted for Donald Trump, and everybody knew where he stood on immigration. That was the salient point in this entire election. So I want to just keep it what it's really about. It has nothing to do with racism. This has to do with intent to cooperate with the federal government. If you can vote for that, I'm going to make a motion right now that we accept the resolution. If you can vote for that and you think that's okay, then vote with me or give me a second. And if you're against it, then don't. Do I have a second? Second. All right. Any discussion before I want to give everybody enough time?
I need a minute to reread your resolution.
Okay.
It's pretty important, so I just need a minute to
Sure.
read it.
That's I don't want to steamroll anybody. We're going to wait till Steve reads it again. And as long as I'm talking, I want to answer another question people ask. Why is it important we do this? It's important just like it was important for people to protest in Tiananmen Square. If one person was protesting in Tiananmen Square, nobody would have done anything. They would have swept him away. It would never have been on CNN. But if many, many people protested, millions of people protested, the people that wanted to stop freedom couldn't do it. The world saw what was happening. The city of Huntington Beach has stood up in Tiananmen Square, and they've said the rule of law matters. I want El Cajon to also stand up in Tiananmen Square and say the rule of law matters. And I think if we do that, we'll empower municipalities all over California and all over America to do the same thing, and maybe we can protect all of our children. I also want to tell you one more thing. On a personal note, I just came back from a hockey tournament in Utah. I took my 14-year-old grandson there. He's a Japanese American, speaks Japanese. He's got dual citizenship. If I thought that I was going to be pushing something where police officers would pull us over and put him in handcuffs and throw him in the back of a car and scare him and traumatize him, you've got to know that I would never do that. People wouldn't do that to their own children. But in no way do I believe that that is the case in this resolution. I'm just asking for us to look at things honestly. And honestly, all it is saying is that our intent is to cooperate with the federal government. So I'm done ranting if Steve's done reading.
I've got a question. Okay. So the city declares its intent to comply with the enforcement of federal immigration law to the legal extent permissible under SB 54. What if we have no?
Then are you asking me or are you asking?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm kind of hearing from staff that we may not be able to do anything with federal immigration law.
I think it's important that we make our intent known, and the reason being is because I have met with Mr. Homan, and Mr. Homan says that he is going to do this. He's not going to stop. He and President Trump need to know that there are municipalities in California that don't despise the rule of law. There are municipalities in California that want to be helpful. Yes, you're right, Steve. If they never resolve this thing, our intent will mean nothing. We won't do anything against the law until it's been decided upon by the Supreme Court. But there's nothing wrong with standing up and making your voice heard and saying this. What the Biden administration has done to this country through open borders is a horrible thing, and it's as a public servant, I want to stand up and be counted that I think it was wrong. Yes, most of the people in this country voted for Trump. I'm sorry. All right.
Well, I think this is if we pass this, then it's going to have a chilling effect on people shopping in El Cajon. Because if I were a brown person, I wouldn't come to El Cajon and shop.
And sometimes freedom and doing the right thing has a cost. So I don't want to get back into another debate about it. Like I said, I have an motion on the table. I have a second. If you have any more discussion about it?
I do.
Okay.
And it's important. If I can't talk, then I will abstain from voting. But
no, you're
not going to shut this debate down.
You can talk, Steve. I'm saying that I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm hearing you say you had a motion in a second. It's time to vote. If you want to go ahead and vote, go. But this is really important.
Okay.
So it need not be rushed. I understand we've been here a long time. We're a little hungry or whatever, but this is pretty big. I'm just trying to get to the practical side of this. I don't want to talk about the political side, what Biden did, what Trump wants to do. I just want to talk about how is this going to affect our police. And I have to think about what are we doing to our police department when we say these words, because we're asking them to do this. So I kind of, we don't get the chance to talk to each other before this is it. So you're seeing the messiness of government, but that's just the way it is. The city declares its intent to comply with the enforcement of federal immigration law. Part of me is hearing Michelle in my ear over here going, why do we need an enforcement to say we're going to comply with the law? Why do we need a resolution to say we're going to comply with the law?
Can I comment on that?
Absolutely. Let's debate it.
There are other municipalities like the county that are going the opposite direction, and I think that's wrong. There's state legislatures that are going the opposite direction, and I think that's wrong. And I have a seat at the table to make an argument in the public square. And that is what this is. That's what America's about, is making an argument in the public square about the direction that our community should go.
I guess my question to you is, you're saying we need to state our side that we're standing on. Is that the question?
I'm saying I'm making an argument for what I believe is moral as an elected official.
But if morality is complying with existing law, why do we? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
Why do we need to say we're planting a flag? This is what we're going to comply with.
Because
why do we need a resolution?
This is how laws are made. This is how laws are made. This is how ideas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. This is the process.
Steve's right. We don't have the ability to speak to each other. We're abiding by the Brown Act. We are legally not allowed to discuss this with each other. Okay? So this is what you guys all want with transparency in government. So we can't have these secret conversations like congressmen do. Okay? I have not talked to Steve about this, and we're trying to have a discussion. Okay? And so when you interrupt it's extremely rude. And so this is how laws are made. This is how ideas are presented. And this is how the democratic process evolves, is saying, I believe this is moral. People elected me because I have a value set and a moral set. And I'm going to stand by these. This is how laws are changed. And when you have different municipalities moving in different directions, and no municipalities representing the opposite, especially in a majority blue state, there needs to be discussion, or else the opposing side is never heard. And so this is that process, and I believe it's as long as I'm in this role, I'm going to state my opinion, and that's exactly what a resolution says.
So my question is, am I hearing you right in saying some governments have planted a flag saying we will be a sanctuary city, we will not cooperate, we will block, we will impede, and you're saying this resolution is needed to plant the flag to say we believe we will comply with federal immigration law to the legal extent possible. Is that, am I hearing that right?
Of all the comments, yeah, in short, you could summarize it like that. Okay. Yeah.
Steve, why? Why do we have to plant that flag? Why do we have to make an example? Why do we have to be that? For what? For what reason?
You don't have to. You can vote no.
But that's what you guys want to do.
But you can vote no.
Well, yeah.
So that's you're stating your position. And
exactly, but
yeah.
that is the whole point. We don't need to be Huntington Beach. We don't need the attention. We have our own problems. We have homelessness that we can't even solve. We don't need to have, look at El Cajon. They're going to stand up. So what?
That's your opinion.
Exactly. It is my opinion. I just don't think. So what if Tom Homan says that we've got to do this? Let Tom Homan do his job. Let Tom Homan do his job. Let Trump do his job. You say it's not political. Okay, it's not political. But the thing is, you've got a whole group of people out here, and you've got a whole city. So what if 57% of the people voted for Trump? I don't care.
You should care because you represent those people.
Yeah, but the thing is, I represent these people who didn't vote for Trump.
I
have a hunch on
And the
swing
thing
vote.
is that we don't have to make El Cajon an example.
If I could just stop
okay,
this
I'm
for
done.
Steve-
All right,
this
I'm
is
done.
still Steve's dime here.
I have a gut feeling I might be the swing vote here, so I need a little
I
time.
have a gut feeling too.
Two people got to do this one.
Prior to the vote, you should be aware that our municipal code provides that if you abstain from a vote and it's not a disqualification, it's considered an affirmative vote in the affirmative.
Okay.
So an abstention without a disqualification would be an aye to this motion.
I appreciate that. Okay, now here's a question probably for a city attorney also. We intend to comply with the enforcement of federal immigration law. Do we enforce federal immigration law?
We don't have the jurisdiction over immigration law. What we do have, we have the jurisdiction granted to us by the penal code, by this government code, including SB 54. And there are exceptions to the thou shalt not become involved. But if you're saying that the intent is to comply with SB 54, then the police department will be doing whatever they're doing right now anyway.
Right. Right. I guess for the makers of this resolution, I'm coming down to, I'm hearing we can't really do anything to assist. Under SB 54, we can't assist ICE in any way. There are some very limited, very, very limited actions, but related to detainers and hold notices and transfer notices and stuff. I get that, but showing up on the street, I don't think we have any authority. Am I reading that right?
Well, yes, except one of the key ones is enforcing or detaining upon reasonable suspicion that somebody's an illegal reentry. So if there's the department officer finds out during the course of their arrest or investigation of somebody that this is somebody who's illegally re-entered after being told
Yes.
to go and being
Yes.
deported, then they can cooperate with
Yes.
ICE to take care of that individual.
But it has to be for an aggravated felony. Key words, aggravated
For
felony.
us to
That's why
take
they were
action.
deported.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing that we can do, which
Yeah,
is
it's under the U.S. code. And
so. I guess, Mr. Mayor and Phil, here's what I'm asking. The city declares that its intent to comply with SB 54. Further, the city will not impede federal law enforcement officials or block their efforts. I just say, well, let's agree to abide by SB 54, and let's agree not to block the feds. What are your thoughts on that?
That's not the intention of why I did this, and I'm happy to have I'm honestly happy to have this go down the feed, but the intention of this is to state that El Cajon will represent the people that live here, their wishes, by telling the federal government our intent is to comply with you. Now, whether or not we're actually able to do that, that's going to depend on actions that are happening at the federal level, at the state level, at the Supreme Court level. I think there's a lot of moving parts in this, but to me, I think there's value in making the intention.
I'm going to make a substitute motion. We'll see how this flies. I'm going to move that we modify the language. Do we have the ability to put it up on the screen? Declaration of intent. So everyone can see what's being proposed. I guess since I didn't have a buddy to work with on the council, I got to go solo on this one. See if I find a couple of takers or something. I'm looking for a declaration of intent, number one.
Let me get to that part, a clean version. Okay, here we go. So this is the modified version. I think it's that section right there. Is that correct?
All right. You ready to do some cutting and stuff like that?
Well, I can't do it on the computer while it's in viewable mode, but I can do it on a piece of paper.
Okay.
And then I'll do it, and then you can all see it together.
With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with SB 54, period. And then the last sentence of that thing. Further, the city will not impede federal law enforcement officials or block their efforts as has been suggested by other California districts known as sanctuary cities.
All right. It'd actually be easier for me. Can I go offline?
Yes.
And then type that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I couldn't support that because the whole purpose is to make the intent that we will comply with the federal government's and acknowledge that the supremacy clause says that the United States has supremacy over the state of California. So if you could compromise on that and put that part in there, I could work with that.
Say that again.
The one phrase that, to my mind, is a non-negotiable is that the city of El Cajon states its intent to cooperate with the federal government.
I can't go there.
Okay.
I guess, once we see it on the screen, we'll see if I get a second. We'll see if it.
So, Mr. Goebel, could you reread your?
Yes. With regard to federal immigration law.
Whoa. Hold on. I got to get to the right place first. I'm sorry.
By the way, at MTS, we do this quite a bit. With 15 board members at MTS, there's more opinions than there are with 5 council members.
Steve, is your revisions for the entire first paragraph on the original intent? Or
no?
No? Okay. Can you clarify that?
He's going to type it.
Okay, so I have, with regard to federal immigration law,
the city declares its intent to comply with federal and state laws. How's that?
What's the point of even saying that?
Okay. With regard to federal immigration, the city declares its intent to comply with SB 54. I understand it's the same. I am proposing something.
And to comply with SB 54?
With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with SB 54, period. Let me know when you're ready for more.
I'm ready for more.
Further, the city will not impede federal law, enforcement officials, or block their efforts, as have been suggested by other California jurisdictions, known as, quote, sanctuary cities, period, end quote.
I think that's reasonable.
We'll find out. I'm trying not to get our police stuck in the middle of this stuff.
Under comment, our police are absolutely stretched to the limit. I've been on ride-alongs, and I just pretty much sit in the car, and I'm exhausted at the end of 8 hours. Those police are going, and they, sometimes are 2 hours behind, and, some wife is getting beat up or something like that. They don't have an extra minute in the day to handle immigration enforcement.
I think, by saying we'll intend to comply with SB 54, that comes with all the rights, privileges, restrictions, and limitations.
So, Council, I left number 1 in there as the context of the reference, but what I think Mr. Goebel is suggesting is that number 2 replace the number 1.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
I have made a substitute motion with regard to number 2.
Motion's on the table.
Well, what do we do with the original motion?
The substitute motion
supersedes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Well, and the rest of the resolution would stand as stated.
The way I understand is paragraph that shows up as number 2 would replace number 1 and everything else would stay the same.
Yes.
What's your thought? Can we discuss this?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Steve understands what I'm trying to do. I think he disagrees with it, and unless you think there's a way to split the baby here.
What would you suggest?
Well, you know, I didn't have anything against what Michelle and Gary wrote. I think that's all nice. That's all fine. The only part of this that makes any sense at all is to say, in my mind, to say that we stand against, or no, sorry, we stand in favor of supporting the federal government's right to assert the law that is on the books. That it's an American law. See, California SB 54 is circumventing American law, and so I think that we need to take a stand for the citizens of El Cajon and saying we understand that SB 54 is the law and we can't change that, but we think it's wrong, and we think that federal government should be supreme.
So you want something in there about, well, we said request for guidance. The city will continue to request additional clarification and guidance from the AG's office regarding parameters of cooperation with federal immigration authorities and potential conflicts of law. Does that answer that question?
I've got a suggestion. How about this? City of El Cajon states its intention to cooperate with the federal government regarding immigration law. However, we fully understand that SB 54 makes that unacceptable to California law, and we will wait for this to play itself out in the courts.
The word cooperate with federal is that opens too many doors for me. I think this is clean. I think it's clear.
But it neuters the entire thing.
Not really. It's saying we're not going to get in the way of somebody coming into the town and taking out a bad guy through an arrest.
Yeah,
sanctuary cities will say, "Hey, we're going to block you. We're going to interfere with you and do all that kind of stuff." This is saying we are going to let you do your job, as Rob Bonta has said. Let them do their job.
I'm sorry. I think it sends the wrong message. Okay. I think it sends an acquiescence message.
I don't think it's acquiescent, but that's what the vote's for, I suppose.
Phil, anything from you, or should we just vote?
The city of El Cajon declares its intent with regard to immigration law to comply with SB 54. Further, the city will not impede. So, Steve, your problem, your issue in all of this is stating El Cajon's commitment to whatever degree legally possible to working with the federal government.
Probably, I think I'm hearing you right. It's that we're going to declare our intent to cooperate, work with, assist with federal immigration enforcement, and I don't think it's already covered under SB 54 what we can and cannot do.
Yeah, and so let me ask you a question then. Is your desire, no, not desire, with regard to the supremacy clause, I firmly believe that only the United States federal government can create these laws, and that stopping that by state laws is in contradiction of the supremacy clause. And so it seems like the fear or the concern is more warranted on the state side than the federal side.
If it hadn't gone to the Ninth Circuit and the Supreme Court, I would tend to agree with you. It hadn't been battle tested, but
it's not gone to the Supreme Court.
It hasn't gone to the Supreme Court.
It went for a review, and they decided not to take the case. And with two new justices, there's one on each side, so I don't anticipate a change.
Them to hear it again, yeah.
But I think that concern is covered in number 5, that we want to request additional clarification and guidance from the California AG's office, might even put in their U.S. Attorney's General as well, regarding the legal parameters of cooperation with federal immigration authorities and potential conflicts with federal law.
Yeah.
I'd probably add U.S. Attorney General's office to number 5 also, rather than just lean on the California AG alone.
So, Steve, where I depart from your point of view is giving deference to the state over the federal government.
I'm not giving deference to the state because I'm telling, I'm just, it's the law. I don't know what to say. I'm not saying we shouldn't overturn SB 54 because there's parts of it that don't make sense. But I'm saying for now, we'll comply with the law. We took an oath to follow the law.
Both constitutions.
So where would you put the U.S. Constitution in here?
I think it needs to be added. I think it's been removed.
Propose some language for me.
I think the Declaration, and I'm even okay with adding all of Michelle and Gary's whereases. I have no problem adding any of those whereases in the beginning of their proposed resolution. I'm fine adding those, but keeping the first declaration of intent, I think, is my microphone. Keeping the first declaration of intent the way it is, I think, is appropriate. So
we intend to comply with the enforcement of federal. We don't have the jurisdiction to comply with enforcement.
We do to the extent of 54, and that's what it's saying. So I think we're all being very transparent in the way we're going to vote. So
you know, this is about public safety to me. It's not about Biden. It's not about Trump. It's about just like 20 speakers said it's about public safety, and that's where I'm trying to land without a lot of other distractions.
Without trying to be too argumentative, though, wouldn't it be better for public safety to have more action taken in getting dangerous people off our streets? If it's really about public safety, wouldn't that be the most safe thing to possibly do, is when we encounter somebody who's a Venezuelan gang member who's committed crimes, to get them off the streets if possible and do whatever we could to do that? Wouldn't that be the best for public safety?
Absolutely. Now, how do we do that lawfully?
By complying with that.
And that's the problem. We're at a catch-22. We can't do anything lawfully. The federal government wants us to do things, and if we don't help them, they're saying we're not following the law. And the state of California, it says if you do help them, you're not following the law. So a city like El Cajon, who doesn't have any ability to make immigration policy or make laws at all, is being told by two different entities that both you must comply with both of us or you're in violation of the law. So I think saying it's our intention to follow the law, why don't we just do that? Interpret it the way you want. It is our intention to follow the law. Why would we be against following the law? It's hard for me to get that.
I acknowledge that there are opposing points of view at the state and the federal level. We absolutely know that. I'm just trying to stay out of that fight and saying, let us know when you solve it.
And that might be the end of it. I don't know where to go from there. I mean, that's my. You know, if you want to massage some of the language and just say, as always, it is our intention to follow federal law, without even mentioning immigration, I can live with that. But if we're going to take the side of SB 54 in this, I think that would be a mistake.
I don't like things about SB 50. I don't like that we can't share some information about dangerous people. But apparently it's too muddy because in some other places, people are really being harmed. And there's just so many different weeds that go off from this thing that I don't want to, I just don't, let the state and the feds fight it out and let me concentrate on serve and protect. Well, I'm just trying to, that's what my language is trying to.
Okay, well, I think at some point, Phil, unless you have any other bright ideas, I think we have to vote.
No, I appreciate your comments, Steve, and your thoughtfulness about this, and I don't think anybody's taking this lightly, but at the end of the day, I believe in the supremacy clause with Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, which gives the federal government very limited powers, but one of those is federal immigration. So I'm of the mindset that I would give deference to the federal government.
Phil, can you speak in your mic, please?
Sorry. I appreciate you being thoughtful, Steve. I think we're all taking this very seriously. But I believe that as a city we give deference to the federal government because in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, that says the explicit jurisdiction of the federal government, and immigration is one of those things. And so if we're going to give deference to anybody, I believe it should be following the Constitution through Article 1, Section 8, and not a state law, which state laws are putting their nose into immigration law, which is federal. State law is putting their nose into federal law. And Article 1, Section 8 clearly says that if it's not explicitly written in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution for federal jurisdiction, then the rest is given to the states. That's the 13th Amendment. And the state government is overstepping their jurisdiction by creating laws around immigration. And so if I'm going to give deference to any body of government, the way it was structured, it's going to be the federal government because it's explicitly listed there. Now, that being said, I don't want to get in a position where we're getting sued by every government above us, the county, the state, federal. And so, but I am going to give deference in my vote to the federal government because that's the federal government's jurisdiction is very limited in scope, and it's grown way bigger than it should be. But one of its core functions is immigration. And the reason for that is because if we had 50 states coming up with their own immigration policies and their own immigration standards, it would be chaos. And so that is the reason why we have the federal government over all of immigration. And so that's where I land. And one exemplifies that more than two. But I am giving some room for SB 54 by still legal extent permissible under SB 54. But I'm sorry, I cannot support the subversion of federal immigration policy, supremacy clause, and give deference to the state of California. I will not.
Let me propose some added language to see if that can help you. With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with SB 54 while asking the Attorney General's office for clarification on the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, but we added that.
We've done that.
Yeah, it's in there. I'm not going to give deference.
No, it's not in there.
I believe it is. I believe that the deference in the first in Declaration of Intent, the first draft of it, gives deference to the federal government. And I'm gonna side with the U.S. Constitution in the very limited forms. The whole reason I think our country is out of whack is because the federal government's power has gone too far and wide. But in this narrow scope, this is what they do, and I think it's moral and just.
I agree with a lot of that. It's comply with the enforcement of federal immigration is where I'm stuck. And
that's the deference.
But the word there is intent. It's not that we're going to. It's our intent. You can have an intent to do something and still hold back from doing it until you're authorized to do it.
Yeah, but then it's like, well, why even say it if you don't really?
Because because it takes a stand, because this is what the people of El Cajon want.
Federal immigration law, the city SB 54 law. Okay, I'm going to offer some conciliatory language to see if it will get us across the finish line. With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with SB 54 while asking for guidance from the U.S. Attorney General's office on the U.S. Supremacy Clause. That do anything for anybody?
I don't believe.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't believe that we need to ask. If anything, I don't believe that we need to ask. So yes, we need to ask. I believe what you're saying, Steve, is right. That Bonta, Attorney General Bonta, needs to justify legally why the state of California can make immigration law and change it and twist it to provide different outcomes. I agree with that. But they are not the ultimate authority in this. It is the federal government that is. And so that doesn't do anything for me.
I agree, but until the federal government tries to take it back through the court system, it is what it is. I guess there's the language, and
I appreciate you, Steve, but I
hear you.
I can't support.
I hear you.
And I just want to say something. Like, we all have to work together as a council beyond this.
I'll tell you, my last sentence is really my crux is I want the federal government to come in here to get those 650,000 people out of America. They're dangerous. We want them out of our country. You're here illegally. You've committed murder. You've committed rape. You've committed sex crimes. You gotta go. That's what the second half of that number 2 is, because that is, if they're in our city, come, please.
But by acknowledging cooperation with SB 54, you are taking the exact opposite take of that. You're encouraging open borders and no accountability for immigration.
No, not in the least.
That is why I couldn't vote for anything that said we acknowledge SB 54, because
But the first one says to the legal extent permissible under SB 54.
Well, that's not acknowledging, but the predicate, the first sentence to me would be, it is our intent to cooperate with the federal government. If you want to say, with full knowledge that SB 54 stands in opposition to it, and we're looking for clarification from the federal government as to how to deal with that, that's fine with me. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is a long process. I know you're tired.
With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with federal and state law. Is that what you're saying?
Say it again, please.
With regard to federal immigration law, the city declares its intent to comply with all federal and state laws. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I would say, you can put it in better language if you want. In regard to federal immigration policy, it is the intent of the city of El Cajon to cooperate with the federal governments with the full knowledge that SB 54 stands in opposition to that, and that issue has to be resolved.
I don't. It's the word cooperate. I don't know what we can work together on.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, cooperate is in the natural course of our police officers' police work. And some illegal immigrant. Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. To me, the word cooperate can have multiple meanings. It can have the meaning of physically having our police officers call ICE. We can't do that yet because of SB 54. But we can cooperate in every way we possibly can to advance the idea that the federal government should have the right to come in and coordinate with our police to get these people out of here.
I appreciate what you're saying. I think now we're getting into immigration policy, national immigration policy, and I'm just more of a purist of trying to just stay, protect, and serve, and the local stuff. If there's language about national policy, I think it belongs somewhere else.
I agree with Steve.
So, I think we've hashed it out enough. There's a motion on the table. There's a second. This is the substitute motion made by Steve.
We're voting on the substitute, please.
We're voting on the substitute motion made by Steve.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor, was there a change to that motion based on additional language that?
Oh, thank you.
No, it's as posted on the screen.
But also,
however, item 5.
Yes.
I wanted to add the U.S. Attorney General's office.
Does Mr. Kendrick agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Let's go to 3-2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen democracy in action.
Motion fails by a 2-3 vote with Mayor Wells, Councilmember Ortiz, and Metchell voting no.
Okay. Oh, this motion failed?
Yeah, this motion failed. We're back to Bill's original motion.
Okay, then my motion is on the table. I have a second. Please vote.
Mayor, I need your vote, please.
I voted. It says it's lit.
You want to reset it?
Yeah.
And for the
Hey, quiet. Excuse us. Can we have a quiet? Hey, there are protocols to be followed, people.
We need to finish the meeting. Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay if you could be quiet, but you can also go outside and we'll be done in a few minutes.
Mayor, for the record, this motion fails with Councilmember Kendrick, Gobel, and Metchell voting no.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We have a quiet. The clerk needs to announce the vote. Quiet.
okay, we're going to take a 3-minute break. Please clear the room.
Again, sir, for the record, the motion fails with Councilmember Kendrick, Gobel, and Metchell voting no.
All right, council members, I'd like to continue at the meeting, please. There's just a little perfunctory things we have to do. There are no commission reports on today's agenda. Item 13 is my activities report. I have the activity report of council members. Councilmember Goal.
As reported.
Ortiz.
As reported.
Metchell.
As reported.
Kendrick.
As reported.
All right. There are no joint council member reports, no general information items, no first readings or ordinances on today's agenda. We have a second reading and adoption of ordinances on today's agenda. Item 18 is for amendments to the Oklahoma Municipal Code for Title 16, Title 17, SB 182. I'll ask City Clerk to read the title, but first, Angela, are there any speaker cards for this item?
No, sir, no cards.
Okay, would you read the ordinances then?
Yes, the first title is an ordinance amending Chapter 16.12 of the Oklahoma Municipal Code addressing ministerial approval of certain subdivisions. An ordinance approving an amendment to Title 17 of the Oklahoma Municipal Code, Zoning Code for housing and commercial land uses and other minor technical changes, revisions, and edits. And an ordinance approving an amendment to specific plan number 182 to allow additional on-sale only alcoholic beverage establishments, adding requirements for decorative lighting and prohibiting animated or flashing signs, including light ropes and other non-substantive changes, including clarifying retail merchandise window display requirements.
Thank you very much. Are we going to do closed session?
We do have one item.
Well, you need a motion to adopt the ordinance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, City Attorney, are we going to do this closed session or push off to the next meeting?
No, we have one closed session for item 20, the conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. I think we still have that. And pursuant to paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code section 54956.9, the name of the case is Truck SUV Superstore Inc. versus City of El Cajon.
Great. I'll make a motion then to adjourn the closed session. Second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the closed session. We'll be back in a few minutes to conclude the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back from closed session. I'd like to ask our attorney to report on the happenings of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session on an item of existing litigation. As described previously, the City Council gave direction to its legal counsel.
Thank you. This brings us to adjourned regular joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon redevelopment agency, held this 28th day of January 2025, is adjourned until Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 3:00 p.m. See you then.